One, two. Okay, no problem. Fantastic. Zakwan looked a bit nervous. Just had a chat. If there's a countback, if It's the final day of a season that started here at Buriram on the 26th of March. That was 5 rounds and 9 races ago. And now we come to the finale. Buriram has been a fine venue for the start and finale of the 2022 Asia Road Racing Championship. Hello and welcome from the Chang International Circuit. I'm Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell to talk you through 5 races for the day, in which 4 will decide a championship. Quick thoughts, Barry Russell, before we get down to business.
Well, the first race we're going to see, the championship was locked up yesterday, but it's competitive for P2 in that championship. And then when we get to underbones, anything could happen. When we get to AP250s, there are more permutations in that class than any other.
And of course the weather could come into play. There's wind, there's gusts, it's partly cloudy, and there's a threat of rain.
It's certainly windy enough for to affect motorcycles. And in fact, Kazma was telling Daniel earlier that he's losing the feeling on the front in the wind.
Ooh, wow, okay, so there is still plenty of drama. This is the circuit, the notorious corner 12, particularly for the smaller make bikes, is the one that we look at, but the wind could really come into play in these long straights.
Yep, 2 very fast straights and a technical section here. So it is a really good comprehensive circuit.
Okay, we are going to be starting with the TVS 1 make. This is a new competition to the Asian Road Racing Championship. We're delighted that they got themselves on board with the competition. Reasonable number of fans have turned up for this final day. The TVS 1 make only started at Sepang, so they are at the end of their season, which has been an 8-race season. We've already, as you said, got the champion Vorapang Malawan, who's got an unassailable 52-point lead. But the battle for P2 between number 14 Watcherin Tuktimon and Deki Tiana Aldi, the young Indonesian, is just 3 points between the two of them. So, as you say, by Russell, still a chunk to play for. Vorapang Malawan, the champion, is also yesterday's race 1 winner, and he is the man on pole position. Watcherin in P2 in the championship on P2. Natapon, his best qualification of the season on the front row of the grid.
And on row 4, Hayato Kobayashi next to him, and good to see 2 Indians on the grid. KY Ahmed the first one, Deepak Ravi Kumar the next one. And
then we've got Fugo Tanaka, who picked up a P3 yesterday, his 4th P3 in 5 races, ahead of Deki Tiano Aldi, who needs to finish above Watcherin if he's got a chance at P2. Arsyad Rusty, the young Singaporean, looking for his first podium of the season.
And row 4, we've got 2 Australians. The first, Faris Felix Fleming, recovering from injury. Next to him, James Frederick Jacobs, and next to him on the outside, Agun Septian.
And then the final 3, we've got Jagan Kumar, India's number 1. The veteran, though, has found it tough on the ARRC. Alif Adiamshah is a wild card here for today, but the Indonesian is looking to build on a decent performance yesterday. Mew Nakahara, the young Japanese, who has gained a vast amount of experience on this TVS 1 make series. So we are all set up. Our thoughts are very much on the battle for P2, and also maybe for improved performances by the Indian racers, in particular KY Ahmed, a P5 yesterday. He, of all the Indian racers, shown the most opportunity, the best result so far this season. Indeed, that was his best result of the season.
It was, although interestingly in warm-up this morning, Jagan Kumar was quick. 3rd or 4th fastest, as I recall.
Well, Jagan's been around for such a long time. I was expecting him to actually be a threat in some way, shape or form, but it's so different if you're racing on your own TVS Chennai circuit to then come abroad. The travelling, the setups makes it such a difficult time for the Indian racers.
Yeah, well, it's good to see them coming through, and as we've seen before in ARRC, the 1 make series are just fantastic for bringing racers through from countries that we don't see so much of in motorcycle racing.
Indeed, indeed. Fugo Tanaka, the best of the Japanese. It's 2 ties in P1 and P2. A couple of young Indonesians to look out for. I've been really excited by Deki Tiano. 1 win and 2 second places to his name so far this season. Watcherin has come on strong in the latter stages of the season. So still plenty to look out for.
Yeah, not such a good weekend for Deki Tiano Aldi so far, so he's got some ground to make up today.
Vorapang won yesterday. He was beaten into the first corner, but once he established a lead, he established a huge lead. and won by a veritable country mile yesterday. That's the number 7 on the right hand of your screen. Natapon, number 4 on the left of your screen, looking for his best performance of the season. As the flagmen disappear, the lights will go on above the track, and when they go out, we are underway. And Vorapong Malawan gets off to a solid super start, and he's got himself ahead of Watcherin, and he's taken Natapon with him, but Vorapong is just teaching everybody else how to ride these TVS.
He seems faultless, doesn't he? And one of the things we were looking at yesterday was his performance in different parts of the track, because he's not that fast where you've got the straights. His bike was actually the slowest yesterday in the race, and yet he won by almost 6 seconds. So it just shows how good he is in the technical parts.
Very interesting. Everybody was spread out right along the width of the track there. Maybe just very wary of the wind down that long straight, not wanting to generate any kind of contact. But Vorapong, the champion, has got himself into a great position, and he's taken, as he did yesterday, Watcherin with him. But for once, Watcherin is not being able to get away from the people right behind him, who include Arshad Rusty.
Yesterday, Watcherin managed to stick with Vorapong for a few laps, 2 or 3 laps, and then Vorapong just kept the pace and disappeared in the distance. This morning in warm-up, Vorapong was even faster. He did a 150.
There was Natapon, the young Thai, who's not had the greatest of seasons. Natapon, he started the season fairly well with a P6, but has hardly troubled the scorers ever since then. He's got himself a good qualification time, and he's in the mix towards the tail end of this first lap. It's an 8-lap race. Vorapong is still leading the way. Arshad Rusty in the easy-to-pick-up helmet. He's desperate to get himself a podium, is the young Singaporean.
Yeah, it was a really good fourth place, sorry. He scored yesterday, so he has looked particularly good in the last couple of rounds. So we get a shot from that curb cam on the apex of turn 12.
Yeah, that turn 12 is going to be notorious by the end of today. It's notorious at the end of every racing weekend. It's Vorapong from Watcherin. KY Ahmad, bike number 8. Well, we were talking about how the Indian racers may well want to establish themselves here. KY Ahmad has got himself into a good position. Jagan Kumar and Deepak Ravi Kumar, 11th and 12th, are being dropped a little bit. But KY Ahmad showing some good speed here.
And look who's coming up on the outside there.
Tanaka's in the mix as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pick out the number.
There is Tanaka, the red helmet. He's been really impressive. He only joined the season late. So he joined us in Sugo, where he picked up 2 P3s. In Sepang, he had another podium. And yesterday he was on the podium in P3, although it was a contested podium, must be said, as he went off the racing line on corner 12, Tanaka. But he's shown an awful lot. Oh, somebody else has gone very wide. Very wide and come back on a long way away. I think it was it 16? Was it Deki Tiano?
I was just wondering whether it was Deki going off. He hasn't had a good weekend. And remember, we've got a really strong wind blowing out there at the moment.
It was almost like he was flown into the deep recesses of this circuit, but he's not too far away. It's Tanaka who's got himself ahead of Watcherin, and Vorapong playing bridesmaid.
Yeah, just perhaps taking a look back. There's nothing for him to prove now after yesterday's convincing win.
But there never is anything for Vorapong to prove, and yet he keeps out and going and proving it as KY Ahmad comes on the inside of Vorapong Malawan, and KY Ahmad is back into P3, takes a nice tight line. So as we go through after 2 laps, it's shaping up very nicely. Tanaka looking for his first win, leads at the 1/4 stage, ahead of Watcherin. Kobayashi, bike 12, is in there alongside KY Ahmad, and Vorapong down to P5.
Yeah, this is interesting. You wonder what the plan is of the master. We saw that on his t-shirt yesterday, and when I saw him in the paddock yesterday evening, I remarked on it, and he said, "We got it from you guys in the commentary box." So I love this one.
Should trademark it, mate. Should trademark it. Yeah, that was definitely yours.
Yeah, we missed it.
So there's Tanaka, went wide into the hairpin at the end of the long second straight. And he's establishing a good lead. This is a little bit how Vorapong performed yesterday. He got himself into a lead, and then was able to pull clear, and Tanaka is looking like he's got his setup just about right at the moment.
He does, doesn't it? And he's got a nice little gap there, so the chasing riders, Kobayashi and Watcherin, are going to have to do some work to catch up with him.
Again, a couple of wides as they take the left-handers. It's a lovely constructed circuit. You've got the long straights ×2, and then you're into 3 left-handers, 4 right-handers. Sorry, 4 left-handers, 3 right-handers. As Tanaka hunkers down, keeps out of the wind.
Yeah, he's lost a little bit of ground in the twisty part of the circuit. So Watcherin's back up with him.
If you don't get it absolutely right, it is easy just to lose that little bit of ground. But there is Tanaka still leading the way. And behind them, bike number 12 is Hayato Kobayashi. Kobayashi is another who hasn't really thrilled as perhaps he might have done. A P6, his best result of the season. He's off the...
Okay, attempt at the lead there, but it wasn't to be for Watcherin. He went wide, so sensibly came back on without having gained any unfair advantage.
Tanaka in the red helmet, leading the way. Watcherin in the white in second place. TVS One Make Series, last race of an 8-race season. For once, we're not talking about Vorapong Malawan. He is a distant 6th place at the moment, the number 7. I'm sure he didn't overindulge celebrations last night. It's not his way.
Yeah, just looking for Vorapong. Is he really down in 7th?
I'm also looking for Deki Tiano, and bike number 16 is an interesting one to keep an eye on. So bike 16, Deki Tiano, needs to get 3 points on Watcherin. So he needs to beat him, that's number 1. Ideally he takes P1 and then he's guaranteed a P2 in the overall championship. But at the moment it's Tanaka who is looking good for at least a podium. KY Ahmad looking good for his first podium.
Yeah, this is excellent. We've been willing the Indian riders on all season.
In a strictly neutral way, of course.
In an absolutely neutral way, because we like to see new countries coming through with new exciting riders. Absolutely.
You did well. Got out of that one beautifully as KY Ahmad is holding on to P3. 9 is Freddie Jacobs has got himself up into P4. Now he's a tall lad, Jacobs. He again has had a season where it's been a learning curve, but for him to be up near the leaders, that's a development for the Australian.
Yeah, that's good to see, and you wouldn't necessarily expect it given his tall frame in these windy conditions, but there he goes.
Yeah, he's had a couple of DNFs that have scuppered his season, but now he is in a P4 as they go over the line. We are midway through this race. Tanaka has led for the majority of the last 3 laps. Watcherin, KY Ahmad and Jacobs are completing the top 4. Kobayashi, Deki Tiano is just holding nice and tight, and Vorapong is dropping down to P7. He is human.
He is human. Maybe he's handing the glory to the others, but I really don't think so.
But if you look at a season scorecard, he's had a podium in every race so far this season. I bet Vorapong wants to complete that. Lovely coloured.
I would imagine so. Absolutely, yeah. There he is, just behind KY Ahmad, who's dropped down to 7th.
But look at Tanaka once again. His setup seems to be good for the long straights. As we look at the battle there between Kobayashi, who's dropped down just a little bit as well. He's joined in there by Jacobs. Jacobs bike number 9. And Watcherin goes on the inside of Freddie Jacobs.
Yeah, these bikes are allocated at random at each race. So it's not as though they have their own Apache 310 RR 310, I beg its pardon. And that's Watcherin, I think, went... No,
yeah, Watcherin P2 and Jacobs in P3, and Vorapong has got himself back into that leading pack into P4. It's almost like the master is ushering his chargers into, let's see what you've got, fellas. Okay, I've seen, now I'm going to just ease my way to the front once again. One I'm really keen, and we've not mentioned him so far, Barry, is Deki Tiano, bike 16, white helmet, just in P5 at the moment as they come into the corner with Watcherin leading from Tanaka.
Yeah, so Deki could be about to have his say, and Watcherin's having his say as we talk about his championship P2 rival. because he moved ahead, but Tanaka's snatched it back on the straight. That bike is going fast in a straight line.
It is. Lovely rumble on those TVSs as they come past us in the commentary position. But it's at the moment Tanaka. Again, he's taken that unique line. He's taken the wide line each time and then tries to cut on the inside. This time he's been undercut, and Tanaka might go for the switchback. He does indeed go for the switchback, but it's not effective. Vorapong Malawan is up into P4. But this is a truly competitive race. What have we got? Less than a second between 1 through 7, and Jagan Kumar has got himself into that group as well, as Vorapong takes on Watcher in for P3. But it's Jacobs and Tanaka out at the front.
Yeah, good from Freddie Jacobs. This is the best we've seen him this season. He rides in the ASBK Supersport 300 class and one of the leading lights there. At Sepang, he missed that in favour of racing in this series. So he's clearly put a priority on this.
Jacobs still leads the way. Vorapong is close behind, as is Tanaka. I have liked how Tanaka has just eased his way into this championship. He gave himself no chance of winning it, having missed the first 2 races of the season at Sepang. But since Sugo, he's been very, very consistent. Jacobs, on the other hand, his best position is a P6, which he secured in Sugo. He's looking to improve on that as Tanaka goes on the inside of Freddie Jacobs, and Jacobs tries the switchback, and Jacobs may well be leading going over the line at the end of lap number 5. We have got 2 laps to go.
So on this penultimate lap, the master is just taking a little look at the front.
But there's plenty of opportunity for those behind. Nobody is really out of it. Even KY Ahmed down in P8 is only a second off the pace. Arshad Rusty is only 1.1 off the pace, so he could get a bit of a slingshot or a bit of slipstream as they come down these main straights.
Yeah, looking at the first 10, this is the closest we've seen them. This is a really good leading group. And as you say, KY Ahmed in P10, he's not out of it. It's really good to see how this series has developed. The bikes have developed. They've got smoother, they've got faster, the riders have improved. It's really worked like a dream.
Jacobs in P3, holding on to the tail of Vorapong Malawan, but Tanaka, who really has looked very impressive. This is the section where Tanaka has been caught up time and time and time again, and this is the one where Vorapong is stalking him virtually. Knee low to the ground from Vorapong Malawan, asking questions of Tanaka, and Fugo Tanaka will feel the pressure, but behind him it's building up very nicely. Bike number 1, Jagan Kumar, is in there. So the best performance of the season so far from Jagan. He's got Watcher inside of him, and Freddie Jacobs as well. Great to have new names at the top of the leaderboard,
isn't it? And yeah, Jagan was, like I mentioned, notably fast in warm-up this morning.
He's a very good racer, has been for a couple of decades, Jagan Kumar. So we're not surprised to see him in the mix here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will go in as Watcher tries to take it very tight, and I think Jagan is off. 2 bikes catching each other there as they go through onto the final lap.
And he's taken Freddie with him. Freddie Jacobs has gone out with him.
So Vorapong leads Tanaka, Watcher in 3. Deki Tiano benefits from that crash. Freddie Jacobs and Jagan Kumar are casualties of corner number 12.
And Vorapong is one of the beneficiaries, but he's still got Watcher to think about.
And Tanaka right on his tail. Oh, that really did open it up.
Yeah, and this is how close they were in the early stages of the race yesterday. Sorry, that's Tanaka on his tail.
Poor old Jagan Kumar, poor old Freddie Jacobs. Maybe just wondering, okay, 1 more lap to go. What do we do at the end? How do we celebrate on the podium? And then bang, you're off at corner 12.
Now, this is interesting as these 2 come down. They both know this circuit literally like the backs of their hands.
Tanaka, he goes a little bit wide. Vorapong cuts on the inside, and Tanaka is now trailing the master, who leads. He's bided his time wonderfully, Vorapong Malawan. Watcher in P3. That's a battle between Watcher and Deki. 16 and 13 points respectively. And Decky's dropped down to P5. Decky must get ahead of Watcherin. Bike 16 must finish ahead of bike 14 to get P2 in the overall championship.
Yeah, right now it looks good for Watcherin. He's been strong, close to the front all the way through. Second behind because the master has stretched his legs once again.
Wow, look at that. Vorapang Malawan really has. He's looking for a 4th win in the season. In the meantime, Watcherin is looking good for P3 on the day, P2 overall. But Vorapang Malawan, well, he left it until the last couple of laps where he completes his 4th win of the season. He's the champion for a reason. Ahead of Tanaka, Watcherin will get P2 in the championship. Kobayashi 4, Deki Tiano 5, KY Ahmad another creditable performance in 6, ahead of Arshad Rusty and Agung Septian.
Yeah, all those guys in the first 10, well, first 6 in particular, close together, but there was a group of 10 near the front for most of that race. And once again, we see Vorapang celebrating, standing up on the pegs. He'll be not quite as happy as he was yesterday when he took the championship, but he will be delighted nonetheless to show that that was no fluke.
He's got that perfect finish, a back-to-back wins to make it 4 wins in the season. 4 wins, 3 seconds and a 3rd in 8 races. It's a fine achievement for Vorapang Malawan. He has set the standards for the TVS One Make apprentices. I am number 1. Doesn't matter the language.
Yeah, the riders really do look up to him. I've seen him in their company. And there he goes. They're just coming up the outside. It was Varus Felix Fleming. Another P10 for him. That's not bad. He's still injured.
Jacobs and Jagan Kumar, well, in the pits. That crash at the end of lap number 12 on the penultimate lap saw the end of their seasons for both of them. So 2 DNFs to finish for Freddie Jacobs. Jagan Kumar, at least we saw him up with the leading group for the first time. And there is confirmation of the result. Vorapang Malawan takes it 1.2 seconds clear of Fugo Tanaka, who's now got 5 podiums in 6 races, ahead of Watcherin, who will be P2 in the championship standings. Hayato Kobayashi, a good P4 for Kobayashi. Best result of the season for the Japanese. Deki Tiano frustrated with P5. KY Ahmad, a decent, respectable P6, as is Arshad Rusty, a respectable P7, 3 seconds down. And then Varus Fleming, that's a great recovery. He broke his leg earlier this season and he finishes in P9 today ahead of Deepak Ravikumar. Natapon, fasting qualification, couldn't replicate it on the track itself. Alif Ademcha, the wild card ahead of Nakahara, who picks up 3 points and did not finish, was Freddie Jacobs and Jagan Kumar, who were very much in the mix for 7 of the 8 laps.
Yeah, took each other out on turn 12 on the penultimate time around.
So as the rumble of the bikes comes round into the pit lane, 1 or 2 celebrations, smiles all around. You can see though it's getting a little bit gusty up there as well. That's a high open stand.
Yeah, I went up there earlier to see a couple of family members, and it is pretty windy up there. And let's just watch the tyre smoke blow away from the back of Vorapang.
The Dunlop boys will have a word or 2 with him. We work hard to bring these tyres out. Do not waste them, Vorapang, on your bike. But we saw the celebrations and the helmet and the planting of the flag yesterday, and now we're seeing another victory celebration from Vorapang Malawan.
Yeah, he's a very canny social media operator as well. Gets lots of attention, which is great for him. He's got a school in his hometown in northern Thailand, where he teaches a lot of young racers starting on mini bikes. So he's already, even though he's still racing, putting a lot back into the sport of motorcycle racing. And I think we've got another star coming through here in Fugo Tanaka. As you said, Des, 4 podiums. I think he's only missed out once since he joined, and now he's got 4 P3s and a P2 today.
Yeah, very, very impressive in the park permit. Dan Bogas will be waiting for the opportunity. Tanaka looks pretty happy with his day's work there, and quite right too. Just to reiterate exactly what you were saying, 2 P3s in Sugo when he joined the circuit, a P7 and a P3 at Sepang last time out, and 2 podium finishers here this weekend, P3 and P2. As the Yamaha fans look on, see themselves on the big screen.
Yeah, it's a pretty healthy crowd in the grandstand when I was up there.
And he's picked up his helmet, and he's picked up his flag once again.
It's the champion's KYT helmet, suitably decorated. Well, that's a brilliant finish to the season for him. He started it with a win, and he's now bookended it with a win.
61 points clear of anybody else. Watcherin, who ended his season with a P3 to add to a P2 and a P1 and 3 P4s. So Watcherin has been consistent throughout. Deki Tiano, his season rather blew up after an excellent opening. 2 second places in Sepang, wasn't able to maintain that consistency. No further action regarding that incident at turn 12 involving Jagan Kumar and Freddie Jacobs. And with that news, we can send you down to Dan Bogus for the first time in the Parc Fermé to get reaction to that result.
We're down here at Parc Fermé for the TVS Asia 1 make with none other than the race winner and champion, Varapong. Varapong, difficult race a bit this time and very windy. What do you think about the race?
Oh, for this race, I'm relaxed before I take a champion in yesterday. But okay, in morning section, I make a new record. But on the race, because I have some problem for have spray rain in the turn 3, make me it's scary, have scary and play safe in there and make me and I go to behind. Maybe we will hand lap by lap. And many riders can overtake and a lot of fun in there. This day it make me enjoy too much, but this is make a victory again because I don't know if next year is race or not race. Make me okay. I need to make a try to my best all the time.
Congratulations, Varapong, again on winning the championship and winning this race. And we hope to see you again. Back to you, Daz and Barry.
Race highlights of the final TVS Asia 1 Make Championship race of the season, race 8 of the season. And this would eventually prove to be a victory for Varapong Malawan, bike number 7, who got away from pole position to a good start. But Barry Russell didn't have it all his own way.
No, as he said to Daniel just a few moments ago, he could feel the spray and he thought, uh-oh, this doesn't feel good. So drop back a little bit. And it is just like that outside. It's just like somebody putting a plant spray in your face. And Fuga Tanaka looked impressive from the outset.
Yeah, the number 17, the Japanese, has been very consistent throughout the season, which he joined late. Here he is, he's leading the way. At a couple of occasions it looked like he was going to get a long way ahead, but clearly that breeze, that wind is causing him problems, and he got caught up time after time after time.
Yeah, and looking at the top speeds, they don't seem to have been affected. I can't remember which way the wind's blowing right for now, but there was Freddie Jacobs just hitting the front.
Jacobs there and Jagan Kumar as they came in with 2 laps to go. Jacobs and Jagan Kumar took each other out on the notorious corner 12, and their season ended in ignominy. But for Varapong Malawan, he was the one who really took advantage, as did Watcherin, who got himself a P3 to secure 2nd in the overall championship standings. Tanaka gave it a little bit of a go, and Tanaka could be one to look out for next season wherever he ends up racing.
Yes, he could. We don't know the what's happening next season, obviously, in this championship, but we've certainly seen a rising star in TVS 1 Make.
But the start, again, we don't know where Varapong will be next year. We know he'll be involved in racing in some way, shape or form. If this is his final race, what a way to go out. A 4th win of the season, a champion performance, and a clear victory for the winner, Varapong Malawan. And a ride on the cart as well. That's a celebrity status for all three of those races.
Isn't it just the MotoGP guys got the same treatment? Well, they've been working hard out on the bike.
Watcher in, Timon. He'll be very, very happy with that P3 because it is worth a few dollars more as second place in the overall championship standings ahead of Dekitiano. Well done, Tanaka. And there is the master, is the champion, is the four-time winner, is the show-off, is the champion indeed. Vorapang Malawan. A consistent smile and a Thai national anthem to come. He's one happy fella, isn't he? Doesn't look like he's retiring.
No, he doesn't, but this has been such a successful project from him. We've seen progress all the way through, progress with the bikes and the riders.
Vimal Surinder Nath Sumbli, the Senior Vice President, Premium Business of TVS Motor Company Limited, is the man handing out the prizes for this race. And in this race, Watcher in could smile a little bit more because it's worth a few pennies, and second place always looks good on a CV for a young racer. Fugo Tanaka can point to his CV and say, hey, look at this, I get on the podium 5 times out of 6.
Yeah, impressive. We'll be watching out for wherever he lands up next year.
And Vorapang, he is going to need a big mantelpiece to hold all of these trophies and some excess baggage on his plane ride home.
Yeah, possibly an extension to his house for all those trophies.
So Vorapang, the champion, takes it. Tanaka second, Watcher in P3. We already knew that Vorapang was the champion. TBS will be delighted with the performance so far this season. Welcome to the Asian Road Racing Championships, and we're hopeful they'll be here in 2023. Championship standings, let's confirm, 176 points, 4 wins, 2 seconds and a third for Vorapang. Watcher in a very good second, he's got 8 points clear of Dekitiano Aldi. Fugo Tanaka, 93 points accumulated from just 6 races. Agung Septiam consistent throughout with 79 points. KY Ahmad, as always, the very best of the Indian racers for 70. Arsyad Rusty, 62 points. Hayato Kobayashi on 60 in P8.
คะแนนสะสมนะครับสำหรับตารางคะแนนส่วนในเรสเมื่อสักครู่นี้อันดับ 2 ที่เป็นฟูโกะชนากะแล้วก็วัชรินทร์ครับชิงอ่อนจบอันดับที่ 3 นะครับ
TBS Asia one-make champion Vorapang Malawan. I love that planting the flag, and I love the fact that the new scoreboard can celebrate that, and he will pick up the championship trophy. And he's looking a little bit emotional there, Barry Russell, dare I say.
Yeah. Memorably, he said yesterday that the race was only about 10 minutes, but he's been working towards winning an Asian championship for 10 years.
Our thanks once again to Vimal Surinder Nath Sumbli from TVS Motor Company Limited, Premium Business, for handing out the prizes, and TVS for their involvement in this season's competition. They've been a real addition, and Vorapang has been one of the star turns. Okay, coming up after the break, the first of the 4 titles still to be decided. We move to the crazy, truly crazy Underbone 150cc Championship, and the title must be decided. Who will be there? Is that Zaidi Salen or Wayu Aji Trilaksana? You can only find out after the break. This is the Asia Road Racing Championship from the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. See you in 2 minutes' time. Yes, welcome back to the Chang International Circuit. That little montage setting up the final race of the Underbone 150cc season absolutely perfectly. Izzat Zaidi has the championship lead on 135 points. If he replicates his second place from yesterday, he will be champion ahead of this guy, Wayu Aji Trilaksana. But it's not that simple in Underbone. Getting yourself in the top three is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I think it was a 17-point turnaround that Izzat pulled on Wayu Aji, who came in as championship leader. I'm just pausing as we look at the rain battering towards the grandstands. People looking for cover. We've got rain now. We've also got very high winds. It's the windiest here I've ever experienced, and I've been coming here many times since it opened in 2014. This is quite unusual conditions.
Okay, let's carry on the setup. Let's have a look at yesterday's race number 1, in which Izzat Zaidi was able to pick up 20 points and Wayu Aji only 3. But the real story in the sunshine, it was glorious sunshine yesterday, was the UMA Racing Philippines performance of April King Moscato. Starting in P2, he picked up his first Underbone 150cc race win of his career.
Yep, he started from the middle of the front row, having set a really good Super Pole time after a near perfect lap, and he really looked good for that win.
But as we're going to say, we've just said that it's between Izzat and Wayu Aji Trilaksana for the championship. But Underbone in particular is so congested and things can happen. We've got blown engines there for one of the team One For All competitors. That cost them pretty badly early on. But very often you're coming 8, 9, 10 abreast. And when it comes to corner 12 on the last lap of the last race of the season, if those two racers are still in the middle of there, that's going to be scary for them.
Yeah, and we were just looking at the race at the halfway point there, and Izzat Zaidi was at the back of that pack.
And then he was able to force himself to the front, which is what Wayu Aji Chilexana was able to do as well. Wayu Aji in the red helmet, keep an eye on him. He did pretty well. Also going through, April King Moscato, we saw him there, bike 43 for the very first time, making his little mark. Now April King's got a lot to race for as well, because he's third in the championship standings, but just 1 point clear of Ahmed Afif Amran, bike number 50. So there's plenty of narratives for us to talk about.
Absolutely, for the second, third places. Those are still wide open too. And of course we got the weather out here now, but here was Nazrul Izzat going through. He had a good race yesterday.
And you can see there Wayu Aji was taken out on the last lap. That enabled April King Moscato to go and take the victory ahead of Izzat Zaidi, who avoided the problems. That was the 17-point turnaround that you were just talking about. And while we're looking at April King Moscato and their celebrations, the real winner was Izzat Zaidi Salahan.
Yeah, credit to him for coming up from 15th on the grid to 2nd yesterday.
And there is Izzat, bike number 98. And there is the problems. Oh, rain and wind, open tracks, titles on the line. 29 degrees, but the rain has started. And you know this circuit very well. It's a little bit undulating, but where is the slippiest part? Is it in the technical area, in the centre of the circuit, or is it the notorious corner 12?
Definitely turn 12. Turn 12 is a little more bumpy as well because of the hard braking there, especially from the cars that race here. I think we're expecting a resurfacing of a few parts of the track. I think turns 5 to turn 7 can be slippery as well. Let's see, we're looking at the graphic there. That's standing out even brighter than it was yesterday because of the weather conditions.
Yeah, it's a little bit murky today, isn't it? And this underbone, the track condition is wet. That has been called.
Yeah, he may well say a prayer. Wayu Aji Chilexana, a lot on the line this afternoon.
As they went to bed last night, the riders, they will have been saying anything but rain, I suspect. Anything but rain.
Yeah, no track time in the rain so far for any of these teams. In other classes, that would favour the Thai teams, but there's only one Thai rider in... Oh, sorry, no, there's two. We've got wildcards as well.
Yeah, you've got Wapa's involved and Pascon as the wildcards today, so there's 3 Thai riders, yeah. But normally, you're quite right, there's just the 1 Thai rider in Pirapong Luboinpeng for Team One for All.
Yeah, and they finished 5th and 7th. Wapa, P5, Pascon, P7. And Pirapong, the regular Thai rider, went out with a blown engine. His engine was smoking this morning in warm-up too. So I'm not sure what's going on there. The
one good thing about the windy conditions, if there is rain, it could blow the clouds away pretty briefly, but that looks grey. That looks grey for a long, long way.
Yeah, once again, we've got Izzat carrying the camera, rear-facing camera, which gave us some really good perspective yesterday, Des.
Certainly did. Not so much when he was at the back of the pack. It was pretty boring when he was
looking
at
a bit like this, yeah.
But when he was in the middle of the pack, you could see just how congested it was. And there he is. He has a look up at the skies, has a little shake of the head behind him. The Vietnamese contingent come in. And maybe the Vietnamese are going to say that the likes of Antoine and Duc Tan, hey, these conditions, they might favour us here. It's not all about speed anymore where we're caught out. So we might be able to stick up. We might be able to get into a top 10 position.
Yeah, I know you're a fan of the rain, Des, and one great thing about it is that it is a leveller. But I noticed him just running over the rumble strips. That would be a really bad idea during the race because they are absolutely slippery as you like now.
It's a fine line between how cautious you are, how aggressive you can be.
Yeah, normally we have umbrellas to keep the sun off, but different story today. And look at those flags flapping.
April King Moscardo to the right of your screen there. He won yesterday's race, and they celebrated, did the UMA Racing Philippines team, and quite right. Because April King had a fabulous season domestically last year, where he won every race that he competed for in his domestic championship. The step up, as we keep saying, to the full Asia level is a big step. So for April King to actually be able to put in a P2 and a P1 in his last 4 races, that's a really good effort from the young Filipino.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put past him to achieve another good result this afternoon. See, Izzat went off on the rumble strip just now while we were looking at the back of his bike, and he got out of shape even though he's just trundling. So they're really going to need to stay off those curbs. No light on the back of Izzat's bike.
Well, there is Izzat Zaidi. They've just come out. It is a wet race, so everyone's on wet tyres. We were talking to the Dunlop tyre boys last night, and they'll have their work cut out today to make sure that everything is good. And then obviously the pit crews have got to make sure that the tyre changes are accurate and quick. And will there be any gambles at all?
Yeah, just looking for that, but they're going with wets, so no controversy there. I'm not sure why they didn't go out on wets, actually.
Fascinating stuff. Right, I think we can go down in a moment to Dan Bogas, but in the meantime, I'm just looking at this. This is like the most severe obstacle course these racers will ever come across. They've got the wind on the straights, and then the slippery corners to really take care of them.
Yeah, losing the feeling with the front under braking as well because of the wind in the wet. Well, we always say anything can happen in underbones, but...
Okay, let's throw down to Daniel, who is on the starting line, and let's get some of the reactions of some of the racers ahead of this final underbone challenge of the season.
So we're down here on the grid for the underbone 150 race 2, the final race at these Barstool race for the season. But dear me, there is chaos going on here. You can see those who were on slicks have just changed back to wets. And the 1-2X team with Hafiz Arofa at the front, they got the slicks opened up, so I'm not sure they're going to change back. But we're going to try and see if we can get a word with Hafid. Hafid, do you mind if we ask you something? So, tricky situation. However, your teammate Izzat is fighting for the championship. Is there a plan with the team to help him?
Kalau untuk saya, mungkin saling menjaga aja. Biar dia fight champion, saya cukup jaga saja buat Izzat.
Thank you so much. Good luck with the race. So we're gonna try and cross over to Q, because you can see it's still chaotic over here. Everyone's got the tires different, both the wet and the slicks out. We're gonna try and see if we can get a word with Wahyu. Let me see if I can just get around everyone having a chat here, because Wahyu is as well quite busy. Sorry. Wahyu, do you mind if we ask you a quick question? So yeah, you're currently caught up with the points with Izzat. It's gonna be a bit difficult, but how do you feel coming into this, especially with the wet weather?
I will try my best for the title, and then I have a very issue in race 1, so in the race 2 I will try my best for the title.
I mean, yesterday we saw issues with I think it's electronics. Is it solved already?
Yeah, today is already.
And one last one, you have your teammates also out here on track with you. Will they be helping you to try and push on forward for the championship?
No.
Everyone for themselves, then?
Yeah, we try my best.
Thank you, Wahyu. Good luck for the race, and we'll see you later.
Terrific question, and a definite no there from Wahyu Aji-Chulaksana.
Yeah.
And quite right, even if there is, he can't say so.
Terrific answer too, yeah, but he's not counting on it. He's just totally focused, isn't he? But the rain's still coming down now, and Daniel said there are still people gambling on tyre selections.
It is interesting. I mean, we're looking up above us. It looks very grey. But surely on such a short race, you wouldn't gamble on slicks here.
No.
Now, this is all part of the fun, they call it, or the terror of being involved in a major championship. As Hafiz Arofa, he looks quite calm. Now, did I hear Daniel say he stayed on slicks? He's on pole position after a fast qualification in Superpole. Hafisa is 7th in the overall championship standings, just 2 points off P6, so that'll be interesting. Alongside him is yesterday's race winner, April King Moscado, who was terrific yesterday, but there's a lot of work going on his bike, Barry.
Yeah, I was just leaning forward, even though it wouldn't help to give me a better angle, but I was trying to see, take a look at his tyres. But he rode a virtually perfect race yesterday. He looked really imperious in warm-up this morning.
Nazrul Bahudin is another of those who's in a genuine chance of a P5, definitely, possibly even higher than that. He's had a good season. He's had a P1, a P2 and a P3. Did not start in Buriram and did not finish in Sepang. They have rather hurt him. But there is our championship leader. Is there pressure on him? Is there sweat coming off his brow, Barry Russell?
I think there is. I'm pretty sure that's sweat and not rain. But we're all going to find out now as they go to clear the grid. He knows what he has to do.
The Pits Bike JRT one-way crew now there, and there's a confident, maybe mind games, just saying, hey, listen, I am number one. All I've got to do, if he finishes second, he's guaranteed. If he finishes ahead of Wayuaji Trilaksana, he's guaranteed the title. So that is his sole objective. Even if he's 14th, Wayuaji's 15th, the champion will be Izzat Zaidi Salahan from Malaysia for the very first time.
And his rival for that title is a very, very canny rider.
6 points the differential.
But anything can happen in the dry, and it's wet, so anything can happen ×3.
It's the brilliant finale to the season. Gotta say, you've had all kinds of conditions, all kinds of tracks. Buriram for the second time, Sepang twice, but Sugo really did sort out the men from the boys in some ways. A very, very hilly track. Okay, only 2 racers have decided to stay on slick tyres. One, Uma Racing Philippines. And is that April King Moscado who's gone for slicks?
Yeah, it is. It is. That's what I was leaning forward fruitlessly to try and see. But yeah, well, that's really interesting. And it's difficult to tell from this angle. We can't see the rain, but...
So Afif Amram is the other who is using slick tyres, and Afif is in 4th place, so he and April King are actually just 1 point separated from each other in a battle for P3. So there's drama within a drama, a battle within a big battle.
And Uma hedging.
Okay, here is the grid. Hafiza Rofa, 1XOX TKR Racing Team, will not be helping Wayuaji Trilaksana. April King Moscado, yesterday's winner for Uber Racing Yamaha Philippines, alongside Nazrul Izzat Bahudin for Malaysia.
And on row 2, Hafid Pradamatitya. Next to him, Pirapong Lubin Peng had an engine blow up yesterday. And number 6, all on his own, fighting for the championship, Wayuaji Trilaksana.
P7 belongs to Giancarlo Maurizio, who has performed well without getting the results perhaps he deserved. Ahmed Fazli Sham, you can almost guarantee he'll be leading for at least 2 of the laps here. Ahmed Afif Amran on slicks in P9.
And row 4, led by podium finisher yesterday, Shafiq Rosli. Next to him, wildcard, Turakit Buapa. And next to him, another Thai wildcard for Team One for All, Pascon San Luang.
Yeah, they're possibly spoilers in there. Dimash Juli Atmoko, who started the season well, is in P13, alongside Gupita Kreshna, who didn't start yesterday. Let's hope he gets off the grid this time. Izzat Zaidi Salahan, the championship leader, starts in P15.
P16, very fast rider, Murabul Vitoni for LFN HP 969. Next to him, Duc Tan from Vietnam, and next to him, a young man who finished 2nd in race 1 last time out, Jordan Bardaru.
And the last 2 on the grid, Antoine from Honda Racing Vietnam, joined by John Emerson Ngito. And Emerson Ngito is another of those who's got a chance of a top 5 finish. He's level with Hafiza Rofa on 73 points in 6th place in the championship, just 2 points behind Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, who's on 75. So there's money up for grabs for these positions as well.
Yes, there is. Yep. and that will be handed out before all these riders leave Chang International Circuit this evening.
Yeah, there's a party looking forward to tonight. It's in an open tent. That could be interesting if the rain carries on.
Yes, and the wind. I mean, the tent might be all right if it was raining, but it's windy as well, so you want to sit right in the middle tonight, Des.
But for Wayu Ajichalaksana and 1XOX team, they have got one thing in mind. Number one, finish ahead of Izzat Zaidi, but number two is finish 6 points ahead of Izzat Zaidi. We're just getting confirmation of the tyres from Dunlop, and it is April King Moscardo on slicks and Ahmad Afif Amran. Everybody else is on reins. So a big gamble, and our thanks to the Dunlop crews for getting us this information as soon as they could.
Yeah, Afif Amran, race winner here from last visit.
It doesn't look wet out there, does it? The track looks okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things it's difficult to judge from the commentary box, which is why we have Daniel outside.
Okay.
So, championship contender Wayu Aji takes his place on the outside of row 2.
The rain has eased. The rain has eased. I tell you what, that slick gamble might not be such a gamble after all. 8 laps of the track. Long hold. When the red lights go off, the finale is underway. And that is our first look at Izzat Zaidi Salehan, and he's off nice and safely. He'll be looking to keeping Wayu Ajichalaksana in his sights. Wayu Aji has got off to a slowish start, is at the tail end of that first group of 10 or 11 bikes, and let's see if those on the slick tyres are able to make a difference count. But there is a bit of spray up there, Barry Russell.
Yeah, there is spray, and Hafiz Arofa converted his pole position into a perfect start. He's just got swallowed up a little bit on the run up to turn 3.
And this is where the wind will come into play as well, because those long straights will buffet these small bikes around quite a lot.
And I think that's that might be the wild card that's just gone through there into the lead. No, it's not. It's Afif Amran.
Afif Amran. So Afif Amran, who was on slicks, he has taken the lead, and Wayu Ajichalaksana has gone along with them for the ride in the top 3. Ahmed Afif Amran. Was it a gamble? Was it a gamble?
Yeah, carefully through turn 4, but no wobbles there from April King, who's on slicks, number 43.
Oh, a couple of stand-up moments there. Everyone riding cautiously, making sure that they don't really cause themselves a problem, as we again keep a close eye on Izzat Zaidi Salehan, bike number 98. He's the championship leader, and the man in green with the red helmet, you can see him there, that's Wayu Ajichalaksana. He's the man who's going to make up 6 points or so. Yeah. 87 is Najrul Izzat.
Yep, he had a look but decided to back off because of the conditions. Otherwise I'd think he'd have gone through there. The track is wetter over that side, isn't it?
Ahmed Fazli Sham, of course, is one of those up at the lead. Now then, there is rain there. Ahmed Fazli Sham is in second place as Najrul Izzat takes the notorious corner 12 for the very first time. Dare I say, everyone around it gingerly. Izzat Zaidi is a long way back. Look at that P20. Izzat Zaidi Salehan is right at the very back. He has had a big problem. The camera has to go back, and the championship leader, oh, Barry Russell, this is dramatic.
Yeah, we saw a big turnaround yesterday, and he's struggling. He went wide again on turn 1. So at the front, Najrul did make his way to the front. Ahmed Fazli Sham, it was a good prediction, but not a bold one, Des, that he would be at the front at some point.
The differential, I've got to say, is 5 seconds off the pace. And the man who's amongst those at the front with the red light behind him, that's the red helmet of Wayu Ajichalaksana, the green racing suit. Bike number 60. Okay, he has got the advantage now with 7.5 laps to go. Sorry, 6.5 laps to go.
Yeah, his pit crew will be scrambling to give him a message on the pit board, but he won't see that yet as they come through turn 4.
Right, the rain is now coming. The rain is coming. And bike 27, Shafi Grosley, third yesterday. Very, very capable competitor, Shafi Grosley, for Uma Racing Maju Malaysia.
Yeah,
He's got himself in the lead.
Yeah, he was due a good result. He got it yesterday. And I ran into him just sheltering from the wind in the top of the grandstand.
Izzat Zaidi is still way, way down beyond this group of riders. He's just coming into the shot now. Oh my word, poor old Izzat Zaidi. This is turning into be a nightmarish opening couple of laps for him.
Yeah, Nazarul stays at the front. Fifan Ram has dropped back through the pack. Where is Wayu Aji Trilaksana?
P3.
He's P3.
As they come into corner number 12, we will wait. Izzat Zaidi. He's just got to work his way back. He's just got to think one target at a time. Little moments, don't make mistakes as he slides a little bit on the right. There he is, coming through. He is 7 seconds down. He's lost 2 seconds on that last lap.
Yeah, he was quick though. The only rider quicker than him on that last lap was Shafiq Rosley, who crossed the line first that time around, but not looking good.
Shafiq Grosley leads the way. Giancarlo Maurizio also in there. Ahmed Fazli Sham inevitably. The guys are hunkering down, not so much for wind speed, just get themselves out of the rain at the moment.
And we've lost Nazarul Izzat.
Yeah, Nazarul Izzat Bahoudin, yes.
So he's showing P20. We didn't see, he might have slid off. From some angles you can see the rain is serious. There's Wayu Aji with Gupita Krishna just behind him.
Yeah, Gupita Krishna, who was unable to get anything yesterday, didn't get off the start line. He was fastest in qualification, didn't do a good Super Bowl, but Gupita Krishna is more than capable of taking this victory from this kind of position. And again, we wait. The front five are away, and Wayu Aji Trilaksana is in that leading group. And if he can stay away from this, he's so far behind Izzat Zaidi. We can't even wait for him on the camera shot.
Yeah, and this group of 5 are clear. He's got both his teammates
who aren't going to help him.
Oh, actually, only one. He's only got Fazli Sham in this group, and he won't help him. But Hafiza has dropped back to the front of the little group behind them.
Giancarlo Maurizio also on that little group. Philippines have had a good weekend here, but Shafi Grosley is loving it in the wet, as is Gupita Krishna. And then you've got Wayu Aji Trilaksana pushing for P3.
But making a break is Shafiq Rosley. Ahmad Fazli Sham going through on his teammate, not helping him this time around.
Shafiq leads the way. P2 belongs to Ahmed Fazli Sham. Wayu Aji, Gupita Krishna, Giancarlo Maurizio are 1 through 5. I wait for the timing of Izzat Zaidi. 9.5 seconds. He's lost another 2 seconds, Izzat Zaidi. It's more than tyres for Izzat. There must be something wrong with his engine, and this must be utterly dispiriting for the young Malaysian.
Yeah, whether Wayu Aji is aware of it, the pit signals come very soon after turn 12. So you've got to be in the right place if you're going to see your pit signals. And look at the rain. Let's look for April King, who's on slicks. He's down in 18th.
Yeah, April King, 17th, and Ahmed Afif Amran, those who took the gamble, as we thought it was a gamble, and it's not a gamble that's working, but they've still got to work hard, because they've got to battle themselves for 3rd or 4th, but Izzat Bahoudin is out. I tell you who could come into this. John Anderson and Quito could come into the battle for P4 overall, P3 overall.
Yeah, Giancarlo Maurizio, impressive too. So we think that Wayu Aji can finish 9th and win the championship. And currently he's lying in P4.
Ahmed Fazli Sham is there, providing a little bit of a guard, as going through there was Giancarlo Maurizio. Loving the work of Shafiq and Ahmed Fazli Sham. Fazli Sham, as we keep saying, keeps getting in the front, and there is the man who was leading the title, Izzat Zaidi. But it's not been a great weekend, despite his 2nd place yesterday. He wasn't quick in qualification, Barry, and was only 14th, and he's slip sliding. Got to be disciplined. He's just got to believe something will come good.
Yeah, he rode a really good race yesterday. Today it hasn't gone his way at all. He is working his way up slowly.
Glum looking pit bike. Oh, there is Ahmed Afif Amram. That could well be the slicks.
Most likely, yeah.
As Izzat comes around once again. Despairing halfway through the race now. Ahmed Afif Amram is up. April King Moscato also came off at the same time.
In fact, that was Buapa who came off for Cardinals.
It was, wasn't it? But Ahmed Afif Amram is a little bit down anyway. Buapa
both out of the points.
Up at the front. This is the potential champion. The man in green with the red helmet, Wayu Aji Trilaksana. He has got 3 3/4 laps just to negotiate. He looks over the shoulder. He sees Giancarlo Maurizio behind him. He's not worried about Shafiq and Ahmed Fazli Sham. He's saying to them, you guys, you can go off and you can battle out for the race in front of you. I've got bigger fish to fry.
Well, Wayu's got Hafid behind him, who of course is Izzat's teammate. In fact, he's just gone in front. So he's done what he can do to help out Izzat, who is about a dozen places behind.
There is, so P9, that assumes that Izzat Zaidi picks up points. Izzat Zaidi at the moment is out of the points. He's got the 2 Vietnamese Honda of Antoine and Duc Tan in front of him, but he's 6 seconds adrift of them.
4 laps to go, less than half distance remaining. Wayu Aji doing everything right so far. Izzat Zaidi, Salahan having a nightmare.
Wayu Aji knows he's an experienced racer. He knows that he cannot take anything for granted. Staying on the bike could be enough.
Yeah, it's continuing to rain. Look at all the spray now.
Behind them, you've got Murabil Vitoni, who's coming in, Hafid in front of him, so Wayu Aji Trilaksana goes a little bit wide, make sure he stays off the wet part, and comes through. It's now 5 laps completed, 3 laps to go.
1.3 second lead for Shafiq Rosli. Brilliant riding from him.
He is a great racer, Shafiq Rosli. Again, Wayu Aji looks over his shoulder just in case there's been a turbo charge for Izzat Zaidi, but there hasn't been. Izzat Zaidi is 19 seconds adrift. And 13 seconds adrift of Wayu Aji Trilaksana with 2.5 laps to race.
Yep, as it stands, Wayu Aji can drop another 4 places. But if Izzat comes up into the points, then we have to recalculate.
Indeed, but Wayu Aji Trilaksana, well, he's feeling the pressure. Look at this behind him. Afiza Rofa is closing in.
Head right down.
Keep that visor as clean as you possibly can. Afiza Rofa goes on the inside of Wayu Aji. And Wayu Aji drops a place there, so he's into P6 now. There's a couple of racers, Murabil and Gupita Kreshna are closing in on him, so it's not quite there. As we look at Izzat Zaidi, he's got nobody behind him. You can see the spray. Desperately disappointing for the Malaysian.
Oh, Izzat's got 2 seconds to close, less than 2 seconds to close on Duc Tan.
But even that doesn't put him in the points, Barry.
And then he's got Nazarul, who's climbed back up after he tripped over earlier.
Look at this though, Murabil and Gupita Kreshna. They are going to take places off Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Is Wayu Aji doing mental maths in the middle of the wet? I hope not.
He's good, but I don't think he's that good.
So Murabil, Wayu Aji in the spray there. Just eases his way out so he gets a clear line as Gupita Krishna goes on the inside, corner number 12. After this, if he can safely negotiate, there will be 2 laps to go. Stay on the bike, Wayu Aji Trilaksana. That'll be what he's saying to himself. That'll be what his pit crew are saying to him. Wayu Aji, this title is yours. 2 laps to go, because this man is at Zaidi Salahan, is only now approaching corner number 12. He's in awful isolation, and this will be purgatory for Izzat Zaidi.
Yeah, what a miserable race. Championship disappearing, wet, windy. This will be one to forget for the Malaysian.
17th position, 16th officially, because Giancarlo Maurizio has gone into the pit. So hope is not over for him. Whereas look at that, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, he said, oh, I don't want to leave this too late. Now he's just moving in on Murabil. There he is, red helmet, bike number 60, potential champion. Gupita Krishna guiding the way, easing it for him as he's just out of the spray line. Wayu Aji Trilaksana.
Yeah, unfortunate for Maurizio, he was running strongly in second place. Clear of Shafiq Rosley, who was third, is now second.
He's had one of those seasons, Giancarlo Maurizio. It's not gone well for him. Even when he was on the podium, that was taken away from him, if you recall. But there is Wayu Aji Trilaksana. 1 race win in Sugo. 3 second places, a couple of third places. Did not finish in the second race in Sugo. He thought he'd blown it yesterday with a P13. But he might just be able to cling on and do enough here. 7th at the moment.
Yeah, he's got Jordan Bardaru just behind him. He's due another good result.
Jordan is due a result, and he's a capable young racer. Right, as they come into corner number 12 for the penultimate time. Just a little wobble there for Wayu Aji.
Yep, a little bit out of shape, so he is pushing. And now he needs to stay on the bike. Izzat Zaidi is in 16th. He's not scoring any points yet.
Can you see the tension?
Crossed the line in 8th.
Tension in those eyes. Hope. Fingers crossed, legs crossed, toes crossed. Up at the front, let's not forget, Shafiq Rosley, Ahmed Fazli Sharma having their own little battle of Malaysia. This is like the election yesterday, it's pretty close. Shafiq Rosley in P2, he had a podium yesterday. Ahmed Fazli Sham looking for his win. I've loved the work of Ahmed Fazli Sham so far this season. Hafiza Rofa looks in ahead of Hafid for P3. Hafiza, who started on pole, looking for a podium. And in that group is he? Yeah, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, he is just there somewhere amidst the spray. The red helmet shines through.
Yeah, and he's behind his 2 teammates, so he called it right on the grid, didn't he?
Left foot down. Eases his way around the course.
You can feel the tension. Jordan Bardaru sizing him up.
These are the leaders, Shafiq and Ahmed Fazli Sham. Hafid and Hafiza behind them, but the title looks like going to the man in the red helmet, the one XOXTKO Racing. There's how difficult it is. There's a slider, and it is not Wayu Aji Trilaksana.
Yeah, that's Jordan Bardaru just gone past Wayu Aji, but Wayu Aji is further up now. I think he is about in 5th or 6th place.
This is the race for the win. Shafiq Rosley looks for the tight line. Ahmed Fazli Sham comes around the outside. Ahmed Fazli Sham has the experience. Malaysian got the victory. He certainly has. Fazli Sham from Shafiq, P5 for Wayu Aji Trilaksana, and you have a new champion in P5.
The 2nd championship in underbones for Wayu Aji Trilaksana. What a nail biter. Look at the effect on the crew. Some are celebrating. Others are just thankful it happened.
Okay, coming through, yeah, the celebration from Wayu Aji coming through at the end.
Abject disappointment there for the JRT.
Izzat Zaidi P12, 4 points only. Let's do the quick calculations. It's by a single point. It's a single point the title's been won by. It's only just enough, because Izzat Zaidi's got himself in P12.
Yeah, he was helped a little bit by people going out on the last lap. Got himself up into 12th, which was quite an achievement given where he found himself. But Wayu Aji,
that is a phenomenal finish. He's got himself ahead of Hafid, who crashed out, April King Moscato and Duc Tan. One more place for 5 seconds and he would have been champion. Instead, Wayu Aji Trilaksana's P5, his 11 points, will put him on 140 points. Izzat Zaidi 139.
we're used to close racing in Underbone, and that this season has translated right through to the championship result. 1 point.
We are awaiting confirmation, of course we are. This is a live calculation and there could well be protests coming in, but that finish into P12 for Izzat Zaidi. Well, the graphic is celebrating him as champion. I make him his champion, but my word, it was close.
Yeah, I make him his champion too. He did nothing wrong in that race at all. He rode it well, and well, as Izzat moved up in the late stages, so did Wayu Aji. They both moved up several places on the last lap, so it was almost in tandem, and Wayu Aji stayed just out of reach of the Malaysian. Murabil Butoni P4. Here are the results.
Ahmed Fazli Sham, congratulations to him. What a great end to the season. He's been consistently up at the front, ahead of Shafiq Grosley, Hafiz Aroufa. Malaysia 1, 2, 3. Murabil ahead of Wayu Aji Trilaksana, who's 7/10 of a second clear of Jordan and Gupita Krishna. John Emerson Ingito in P8. It's the next group that will really decide where the championship was won and lost. '25, 20, 16, 13 and 11, and look, Izzat Zaidi will pick up 4 points. 139 points for the season for Izzat Zaidi, 140 points for Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Najal Izzat Bahudin was an early casualty, but he'll pick up enough points maybe to pick up P5. There's a lot of mathematics to them, but the big mathematics is Ahmed Afif Amran is out of the points, as is April King Moscato, both gambling on the slick tyres. The gamble did not come off.
Yeah, that was a good fight back by Nazrul in terms of the race, Des, because he went right to the back and came back to P10. But here's the one who deserves all the attention. We've got the headgear again. We saw it in 2016. The dressing up box has been opened.
But it's literally one place. If Wayu Aji is one place lower or Izzat is one place higher, Izzat becomes champion on the count back. That's how close it is, and Izzat sportingly is the first to congratulate the champion. That must be hard to take for Izzat Zaidi Salahan, but real credit to the young fella. He has said to the champion, well done, you deserved everything that you got there.
Yeah, he has. He's a gentleman, Izzat, and he did just the right thing despite what he must be feeling. Perhaps he should have had a late fitting for that. There we go.
You have wings, you may fly, young fella. Yeah, that fitting wasn't done with a racing suit on, was it? But the celebration is there for all to see.
They'll get it on. Here goes the headgear. We saw this traditional dress celebration when he won the championship in 2016. Now he's got 2 championships. He's got a sports stadium named after him back in Indonesia.
Oh, is that... by how many? I'm sorry, it's just a single point, is that? Satu point.
Yeah, it would have been his first championship. There we go. It's up on the start line graphic there.
Wayu Aji Chilaksana, 2022 Underbone 150 CCC champion. He got first place in Sugo, runners-ups in Buriram in the first leg of the season, Sepang and Sepang last time. Here, he's only needed a P5 to secure the title, but that is enough to take it by a single point.
We felt back in round one, Des, that we were looking at the old Wayu Aji in some kind of championship form in round one, and he's carried it through the season. And now look at him, all dressed up like a dog's dinner. Race winner there, Ahmed Fazli Sham, who missed the opening round with COVID-19. He's won this race. That's a beautiful end to the season for him too. Hafiz, the teammate who helped Wayu Aji get his championship, not at all. He's also there celebrating along with him.
I believe April King Moscato has got a P3 overall in the championship. That again needs confirmation because it's so tight. He's 2 points clear of Ahmad Afi Famran and Hafiz Arofa, who are both on 89 points. In fact, Shafi Grosley probably comes into that equation as well. In fact, Shafi Grosley, he's on 90 points, so it all depends on whether April King Moscato is given a point. Did he finish? We've got him as P15 here, but did he cross the finish line? If he did, he's got third overall. Okay, let's go down. The mathematics will work itself out, but the interviews are required. Let's go down to Daniel, who is in a wet Parc Ferme.
So down here at Parc Ferme with the Underbone 150 race winner, Ahmed Fazli Sham. What a fabulous race victory that was for you in tough conditions. What do you have to say?
Okey, pertama sekali saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pasukan yang banyak bertukar lumus pada jentera pada minggu ini. Pada perlumbaan tadi saya menyekakan perlumbaan yang agak sukar sebab keadaan basah, dan pada pertengahan perlumbaan saya melihat belakang semakin ada gap. Jadi saya hanya fokus kepada pendahulu, dan alhamdulillah rezeki memihak kepada saya. Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Fazli Sham. Congratulations once again on a fabulous victory. And now we're going to go to the champion of the Underbone 150 class, Wayu, Underbone 150 2022 champion in tough conditions. How does that sound?
Ya, boleh saya pakai bahasa Indonesia?
Silakan.
Pertama, saya nggak tahu mau ngomong apa, karena saya pun nggak tahu saya juga mau bilang apa. Saya juara juga saya nggak tahu, karena saya pas race 2, race 1 saya bikin kesalahan. Race 2 saya pikir saya harus podium, saya fokus podium, lepaskan itu beban title apa. Tapi alhamdulillah rezeki nggak kemana. Allah berikan saya rezeki yang sangat baik, dan perancangannya itu bener-bener luar biasa buat saya. Terima kasih buat bos saya, bos Bobby, TKR, dan bos Adam, dan semua seluruh tim, mekanik dan kru yang sudah support saya bagaimanapun keadaannya. Dan juga terima kasih buat orang tua saya yang selalu mendoakan saya, calon istri saya, dan teman-teman semuanya yang ada di Haji Barang yang lagi nonton bareng. Terima kasih support dan doanya, dan semua warga Indonesia, warga Malaysia, dan semuanya yang sudah mendoakan. Terima kasih banyak. Ini semua buat kalian. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Wayu. Congratulations once again on a fabulous season.
Thank you.
Final race of the fabulous Underbone 150cc season, race number 2, race number 10 of the campaign. Wayu Aji Chilaksana had to get the better of his Adzaidi by 6 points or more, but immediately at the very back of your screen, Barry Russell, Izzat Zaidi Salam was in trouble right from the very start.
Yeah, we knew we were going to get drama, and at this point in the race, the track looked dryish, didn't it? So, but yeah, very early problems. It wasn't the weather for Izzat. There was a problem for him very early on. There he is trailing at the back. It looked like a long uphill struggle for him at that point. But the rain was going to get worse.
to his credit, he would not give up. He knew that he was the championship leader going into it. But Wayu Aji Trilaksana, I don't know how much information these guys get from the pit wall, but he must have been aware, I'm in control of this. So long as I do my best, so long as I finish maybe top 3, top 5, I've got a chance here. And that was exactly what he did. He was circumspect, he made sure he didn't make mistakes, and got himself in good positions right the way through. And P5 is a very, very decent finish.
In these conditions, in a championship or in a racing class as unpredictable as Underbone 150s, it was a great performance from the champion.
However, there would be some drama, because when we were calculating, it looked like 9th place would be enough. That assumed that Nazrul Izzat would be out of the points, but as the race got through, accidents came in. And so the whole mathematics changed, the whole propulsion changed. As the race was won, we almost forget, by Ahmed Fazli Sham. A wonderful final corner from Ahmed Fazli Sham. I'm thrilled for this fella that he's actually picked up a victory on the ARRC in this season, because he's led so many times. Shafiq Grosley in 2, but the champion, just by a single place, by a single point, goes to the 1XOX TKR Racing Team, Wayu Aji Trilaksana.
Yeah, looking around in disbelief there at the end. Here we are at the podium.
In second place, Mohammed.
So Hafiza Rofa, well done for Hafiza. Not quite good enough to get him up into 3rd in the championship standings, but equal 2nd, in fact. Equal 5th.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Malaysia.
And the Negara coup to celebrate the victory for Ahmed Fazli Sham. I'm very, very happy. And I've got to say, I'm thrilled for this fella, Ahmed Fazli Sham, a veteran, a real mainstay of Cup Prix and Asian Road Racing Championships. And it's great to see him back up on the podium as number 1. Tongchai Wongsawan from FIM Asia, handing out the prizes in the wet. He needs that sponsored baseball cap for good reason, and help from the umbrella. Hafiza Rofa, again, good day for Hafiza Rofa.
Yeah, finished 8th yesterday, big improvement for him. But like you, Des, I'm delighted to see the winner today, Ahmed Fazli Sham.
You wonder for Hafiza, because he was one of those who had to spend time in quarantine in the first round of the season back in March. It meant he missed 2 races. He finished on 89 points. What a difference it might have made if he'd been able to complete the season. And Ahmed Fazli Sham on his knees, but really feeling 10 foot tall.
Yeah, also 2 weeks in quarantine at round 1.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Masanori Enomoto, the Managing Director of Idemitsu Lubricant Asia Pacific, to present the Best Team Award.
The girls aren't exactly covering the boys there with those umbrellas, are they?
Yeah, bit of improvisation there on the podium.
Team award.
Yeah, led by the race winner.
Masanori Enomoto, Managing Director of Idemitsu Lubricant Asia Pacific, hanging out the team award and then getting himself in the dry as soon as he possibly can. That's 1XOX TKR Racing Team. Congratulations to them. 2 of their riders in the wet in the top 3.
It's only a shower, guys.
You're indoors.
Thank you once again to Mr. Chang.
Wayu Aji Trilaksana takes the title by 1 point from Izzat Zaidi Salahem. P12 is at just not enough. April King Moscato, a very good performance. The win yesterday, followed up by just 1 point today, but that was good enough to take P3. 2 points ahead of Afiza Rofa and Ahmed Afif Amran. Shafi Grosley, who ended the season on fire with a 5-4-3-2 in his last 4 races in P6. Nazrul Izzat Bahudin and John Emerson Ngito sharing 81 points. Wayu Aji Trilaksana, name up in lights. Asia Road Racing Underbone champion, celebrating in regal fashion.
Yeah, reminded about the necessity, sorry, of wearing the Dunlop baseball cap on the podium. So he's come back to put that right.
I'm not sure that was designed for that, but got to look after the sponsors. And the sponsors really did the business in this last race.
Didn't they? Yeah. There was a lot of tyre changing activity on the podium. Certainly for the next race, there'll be no gambling on slicks.
The Warrior champion, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, takes it by a single point for his second Underbone title. Tongtai Wangsawam, FIM Asia, handing out the very handsome trophy. I got my hands on them and they're relatively heavy, so take care there, please. Wayu Aji Trilaksana, as he thrusts it up very easily. He's been in the gym, obviously, preparing for this moment. The champion of Underbone 150, Indonesia's Wayu Aji Trilaksana. Okay, drama will continue as the rain continues after the break of the Chang International Circuit. We go on to the 250cc APs next. And if you thought what we've just seen was tight, you wait till see what's coming up after the break. We'll rejoin you in 2 minutes' time. Please don't go away. There's tons of action to come in the rain at Buriram. A very warm, or is it a chilly, welcome back to Buriram. It is the final round of the Asian Road Racing Championship, and this triumvirate of Astra Honda racers have all got an opportunity of winning the title in the AP 250. Adnan Pucha, Herjan Atna Firdaus, Reza Danica Arans. They are on 114, 108, 108 points respectively. They are chasing the championship leader Andy Mohammed Fadli on the Kawasaki, but Fadli is out of form. Barry Russell, this could not be set up better. When you add Aldi Satya Mahendra in the equation as well, he's on 107 points.
The permutations are almost endless. We'll know in about half an hour how they turn out, but that was a podium lockout yesterday by the Astra Hondas, led by Herjan. Adananta was second and Reza Danica was third.
Let's look at that race one yesterday in very, very different conditions to today. That race is bucketing down now. It will be a wet race. Yesterday wasn't. Best of race one in the sunshine, and Astra Honda bikes number 21 and Adananta Pucha, Herjan Atna 46 and 123 Reza Danica all in the midst. However, Pirwat Patumyas for the Honda Racing Thailand team, bike 188, he was the man who was fastest on pole, and the Honda Thailand team looked like they would be able to help Andy Mohammed Fadli on the green Kawasaki, because Mohammed Fadli, he's really off the pace since the first four races of this season.
That's it, and Pirwat was not in the championship chase, so very much a spoiler. And we expected him to win. He was fastest all day on free practice day Friday. He did, as you said, Des, get pole position, and we expected him to take a win here. To be honest, you can see how hard there in the on the Yamaha in the yellow helmet. Aldi Satya was trying at this point in the race. He never gave up, surrounded, with the exception of his teammate, by Hondas.
Yeah, Aldi Satya on the Yamaha, he's the other wild card, but as we look down, a long way down, bike 108, Andy Mohammed Fadli, he started the season with a P3, a P1, P1, P1. Since then, a P6s twice at Sepang, have just kept his nose ahead. He's 11 points clear, but we just cannot see him finishing in the top 6. He needs third to be secure of the title, but if he finishes outside the top 3, he's very likely to lose the title, Barry.
Yes, he is. His championship lead was built in the first 2 rounds. After that, he had the equalizer effect kicked in because he got so far ahead of some of the riders from 6th place in the standings down.
It was only on the last corner though that the Astra Honda 1-2-3 actually came into play, and the 1-2-3 went Herjan taking it ahead of Adananta, ahead of Reza Danica, and that, while it was great for the team yesterday, might not be great for the individuals in the overall championship today. That's the mathematics, plus you throw in the wet weather to really, really ask a lot of questions. And this is a skating rink, this venue, in wet weather.
Yes, it is, and we've got rain, and of course it's windy here too, and that makes a difference. It's the wind will affect the bikes. Crosswind. When I was walking out earlier, I thought I wouldn't like to ride a motorcycle in this wind.
Let's have a look at these standings as they are, just to give you a visual reminder of how close it will be. Andy Mohammed Fadli is leading. It looks like it's a big lead. It's not. It's only 125 points. Adananta 114, Reza Danica 108, Herjan Atna and Aldi Satya 107 apiece. Pirwat on 87. He could be the spoiler. He can't get into the top 5, but he could take this win, which might help Andy Mohammed Fadli. We'll be looking at these mathematics all the way through.
The rain factor also favours Pirwat as a local rider. The others don't have data for riding in the wet because it's been dry all the way through up until now. So Pirwat, he's got a very fast teammate, wildcard Jakrapat alongside him. And I think we're going to go down to Daniel shortly as we watch the safety car splashing around turn 4.
It is, yeah, let's go down to Daniel and let's see what he can make out of this, and let's assume that everybody's on wet weather tyres.
We're down here at the grid for the AP 250 class, and I must tell you one thing: if there were any questions on the conditions of the track, in the underbone races now. Well, the 250 class is definitely going to be a wet race, and I think not a single person is going to run the slicks. So we're going to try and talk to a few of the interesting names. First and foremost, Herjun. So, Herjun, this is the final. This is the one where that decides everything. You can still win the championship, but will you be trying to win the championship or helping your teammates?
I'll be trying to fight the championship. This all I can have for my team, but actually I will do what my team order to me. Yes.
Right. Thank you so much, Arjun. Good luck with the race. So that's interesting. So it seems like as of right now, there's not really an indication of what they're going to do, but he did say that they will listen to team order. So I think it's going to be a matter of whoever has the better pace in these conditions. We haven't seen wet riding in Chang yet, so now we're going to have a quick talk and then busy taking some official photographs. So you can see the wet suits all on the suits. So Reza, you still are third in the standings and you still have a chance in the championship. We just talked to your teammate. Are you guys going to work as a team or each one trying to win?
Yeah, the championship still tight. Everybody want to be champion and we race like normally.
Race like normally. It's going to be interesting. So good luck for the race. So now, done with the Reza. So Reza will be starting from P4. Now we're going to head a couple of rows back. Might disturb this cameraman real quick there. We're going to head down to P9 now. There he is. So Andy Muhammad Fadli. So Andy, you might be ask you something. So it's been a difficult week here at Chang, but I'm sure the hopes are still alive in you. How do you feel in these conditions now?
Of course, I will start the race for win, and I'm very optimistic to can be a champion again. So I will do anything for champion.
And do anything, I believe you will. Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck. So there you go. Everyone fighting it out. This is the final. Back to you, Desmond.
Thanks very much. Digging deep there was Daniel. Not a lot being given away, though. I did like the answer from Andy Muhammad Fadli, though. He's optimistic. He's got to be. Do these wet weather conditions help Fadli? Because he's under that limiter, that rev limiter ruling, which he's had since round 5 in Sugo. Does the wet weather dissipate that a little bit?
Yeah, the wet weather will equalise that out a little bit. And it will favour the more experienced riders like Andy Fadli, and no more. It won't favour anybody more than it will this rider, Pioat Patumyos, disappointed with his 4th place yesterday off the podium. He will be expected to win today.
Alongside him on the front row of the grid, this is Adananta Putra. The wet weather suits are on, the wet weather tyres are on for Adananta Putra. He's 2nd in the championship standings. If anyone has the best chance of overhauling, it's Andy Muhammad Fadli. It will be Adananta. If he wins and Andy Muhammad Fadli is outside the top 3, Adananta is the champion. And alongside him is Herjan Atna, who was yesterday's race winner. And indeed, for Herjan Atna, it's back-to-back race wins. He's in really good form as we move on to the 2nd row of the grid, and one on board here with Ray Ratukore. Again, another potential spoiler. We keep saying this about Ray. One of these days he's going to prove me right.
It could be today in the wet. Seriously.
And Aldi Satya, everyone's not talking about the 16-year-old. He's out of the reckoning. He's on the Yamaha. He's on his lonesome. But he's on 107 points. If he wins and Fadli comes outside the top 5, he's the champion.
Yeah, and we know he's good in the wet. And this rider's coming through well too.
Muzaki Mohammed, yes, veteran Malaysian. I loved him. He had one of the best wins I remember in the Capri of last season. He'd been on the scene for 10 years and got his maiden victory, and I've never seen a fella celebrate as much alongside Muzakir. Angie Setiawan, another potential spoiler here, Barry.
Yeah, he was just behind Aldi Satya yesterday, his teammate. He rode shotgun, rode a really good race. We've been waiting for Angie Setiawan to put together a good race, as well as just being quick.
He has had a couple of P5s and a couple of P6s, which could be an interesting one. Akid Aziz, bike number 13. He's getting experience on the 250s, Akid. He's come up from the lower CCs. He's not had the best of seasons, Akid. Best position of P6 at Sugo in the wet.
Yeah, but his smooth flowing style could do well in the wet conditions. Rafid Topan didn't show up in warm-up this morning, but it's good to see him on the grid, looking determined. Experienced racer, again, could perform well in the wet.
And then 149 is Jakrapat. Now this is an interesting kid because he was runner-up in the Honda Dream or the Honda Talent Cup earlier on this afternoon. He raced pretty well, so a busy weekend for him.
Yeah, finished just off the leading group yesterday and was up at the front for much of the race. And knows this Chang circuit very well in the wet as well as in the dry. Aiki Iyoshi. Quiet weekend.
His hopes disappeared on the upslope of the last lap at Sugo. We still don't know how he didn't finish that race.
Yeah. And he says he doesn't know.
Idlan Hakimi, another of the young, very, very good crop of Malaysian racers, who's again Capri, very much one for the future. Idemitsu Bunshu Honda, a lot is expected of Idlan Hakimi, and his teammate is Irfan Haikal, again a young kid with bags of experience gained this season. You forget how young some of these kids are, and then you look through the visor and there's hardly a line.
Yeah, I saw them huddled with a couple of the underbone riders up on the grandstand, and yeah, they just look like a couple of kids who turned up to watch the racing.
That is the future. Lights must be on. Racing lights must be on.
Yeah, I did notice in the underbones that not all the bikes were running lights on the back. I think I commented on it at one point. Now they're making sure, because in this spray you can't see it. What I would like to see, Des, is trying to just make out from the screen how hard the rain's still coming down. I think it is still raining.
Yeah, I'm just seeing puddles at the back left. But there are splashes in those puddles there, so it is rain. But how hard? And does this equalise for Andy Mohamed Fadli, bike number 108, the championship leader. Pema Patumyas, fastest in qualification, P4 yesterday, on pole position, ahead of the first of the Astra Honda Racing's Adananta Pucha, followed by Herjan Atna, yesterday's race winner.
And second row, Reza Danica Arens leads it from Ray Ratakuri and championship contender Aldi Satya Mahendra.
The third row of the grid, Muzakir Mohammed, Anji Setiawan and Andy Mohamed Fadli, bike 108. He is the championship leader, P3, and he will be champion again.
Akid Aziz leads row 4. Fast, smooth rider. This could favour him too. The experienced Rafid Topan next to him, and on the outside the wild card, Jack Ripat.
On row 5 we've got Aiki Ayoshi, who is more than capable of producing an upset. Idlan Hakimi, Radwan and Irfan Haikal Akid from the Idemitsu Bunshu Honda Racing team, are 14 and 15 respectively.
And on row 6, Fitrian Zakete leads it in P16 from P17, Senthil, Chandra Sekaran, and 18, Setu Rajiv.
And on the 7th row of the grid, Nang Sek for the Victor Racing team, alongside Cao Vietnam, who's in P20. Again, Cao Vietnam has picked up points in every single race he's had so far this season. A P13 yesterday. Best result of the season for the Vietnamese was a P8 at Buriram, race 2 back in March.
Yeah, and he's a good, solid rider. These conditions could play into his hands too. Like you said, he does tend to pick up points. He was unlucky in qualifying. And he's on board a new Honda, which he says he likes very much.
One of the highlights of this season was the AP 250 race at Sugo, where we had a torrential downpour just for that race, and an unknown 50-year-old, Takahide Tanaka, came through and took a victory, which really, it was one, there were tears in his eyes at the end because he'd fulfilled a dream. That's one of the highlights. How ironic, or how appropriate, the rain should be the deciding factor for this championship in the final race this season.
Absolutely, that was an unforgettable race that will be remembered in ARC history for a long time. But all eyes will be on the rider that just went through your screen there in the green helmet, on the green bike, Andy Mohamed Fadli.
Defending champion.
defending champion, championship leader as of the start of this race, even though he's got a handicap of 1,000 RPM at the top end of his rev range.
He has been leading this championship since May the 28th. How cruel it would be to lose it on the last race of the season. But that's exactly what we've got, a 10-lap race in the wet of Buriram. The flagman waits for everybody to be set. He's satisfied. When he's off the course, the red lights will go on, and we are underway. And it's a good start by the Astra Honda in the middle of Adhananta Putra. Adhananta Putra and Herjan Atner will just be leading going into the first corner. It's a sluggish start for Pirwat. How about Andy Mohamed Fadli? He's done all right. Fadli's got himself through to P6.
Yeah, I think it's Fadli we need to watch here. Pirwat away sluggishly, but he should come through well. Also, it was Herjan that led them away, and Ray Ratakure is up in the leading group there. Aldi Sacher coming through.
Andy Mohamed Fadli there in P5. Well, we said that it might be an equaliser against the rev limiter, and Fadli, there's a cheer going on, you can hear it in the background. Andy Mohamed Fadli has got himself into a great position. Aldi Satya also as well. Astra Honda have got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, we've got two Astra Hondas at the front and the two Yamaha Racing Indonesias of Aldi and Anggi Setiawan. A little wobble there from Andy Mohamed Fadli as they break for turn 4, but it's Aldi Sacher who's going to lead them into turn 5, the second of a succession of left-handers.
Just confirmed to you, everybody is on wet tyres, but Fadli, after a fast start, has actually lost a little bit of space there. He needs P3 to guarantee the title. P3, well, if he got it, it'd be a sensational performance. Anything in the top 5, if you're honest, will be a really good performance from Andy Mohamed Fadli.
Yeah, Rafid Topan, one of the spoilers. He's close up with that group. We know he's going to go well in the wet. We know he's going to give it a good go, as we do with Ray Ratakuri, who's slipped back, in fact.
Aldi Satya Mahendra, don't count him out.
Oh, and there goes one of the...
Oh, it's one of the Astra Honda.
I'm just looking at the shade of red.
It's Adhananta Putra who desperately gets up. He was the man closest to Andy Mohamed Fadli. Oh, so the rain takes its first victim. Adhananta Putra, his title goes up in flames in the wet.
And that leaves Aldi Sacher trying to scamper away at the front, but the experienced Reza Danica is just behind him. They might get that moving again, but he will score nil point today.
A 1-2-3 yesterday for Astra Honda, and they're very aware that the full focus is on them. What did he do there? Does he just lose it? Yeah.
Yeah. Just a reminder of how slippery it is here as Andy Mohamed Fadli speeds past him on that run down to turn 12.
Well, Astra Honda Racing Team, that is the first shock of the day. Adhananta cannot get it going either. His season is over. He's in such a rich vein of form. 2 P1s, 2 P2s, but it did not finish. His 4th did not finish of the season.
Yeah.
And that is 4 too many.
A real form rider, and the experienced Reza Danica has taken over the lead from Aldi Sacher, but then Anggi Setiawan got in front of his wet weather exponent teammate. So it's Anggi Setiawan currently running in second. So we've got Honda, Yamaha, Honda at the front, and Andy Mohamed Fadli holding on there in P5.
P8 in this circumstance is now good enough for Andy Mohamed Fadli. P8 is good enough. Unless Herjan Atner wins it. Yeah, no, even then P8 will be good enough.
Yeah, well, Andy Fadli looking good at the moment. It'd be good if he can catch up to that group. Another one. That is Senthil Chandrasekaran, the Indian rider. He's off and out.
So the broad-shouldered Senthil as Andy Mohamed Fadli. Now this has suddenly all turned in his favour. Not so much the Senthil situation, but the Adanantaputra, of any of the Astra Honda racers to go out, that was the one he wanted to go.
Exactly, he was the closest by 6 points, wasn't he?
Yeah, indeed. Oh, so what this means is an 8th position will be enough.
And look at the Yamahas duffing up Reza Danica on the way into turn 3. That's a turn up for the books, because Aldi Sachu was saying he's got nobody to help him against the Hondas, but my goodness, Angie Setuan's helping him now, and they ganged up on Reza Danica, the 2018 AP 250 champion. Piawat hanging on behind them.
So Aldi Setya, he's making a late rush for the title. He's had 3 podiums in his last 4 races, as poor old Adanantaputra gets a lift back into the pits. Ah, poor fella.
Looking tattered and torn.
And he didn't do a lot wrong. It was purely a wet weather incident.
Yeah, that's it. Reza Danica looks as though he's just managed to get his nose back in front. Aldi Sacher's not going to have any of that. We know he's fearless in the wet. He first burst into our attention as a 13-year-old in Suzuka.
Yes.
In 2019.
Yeah, famously,
and
yes.
He just scampered away fearlessly and skillfully in the wet conditions there.
Absolutely.
So we know he's going to have a big say in the outcome of this race. 7 laps to go.
Well, all he can do, and similarly all Reza Danica can do, is win. That's all they can do. Then they rely upon the weather gods as another goes out.
That's
this time it is
Vietnam.
Cal Vietnam. He might be able to get himself sorted out, but these wet weather conditions are playing havoc. As Reza Danica, he risks just a little bit, but how much do you risk? He's got a 1-point lead over Aldi Satya in the overall championship standings. Andy Mohamed Fadli, bike number 108, is still 6th at the moment. Good enough. Poor old Adananta.
Yeah, Aldi Satya and Reza Danica in a battle now. And Piawat coming through, sliding it into turn 3. Piawat just jumped up from P4 where he...
So Piawat, who we expected to do well, he did do well yesterday actually. He came 4th. It was just, he was frustrated that he was pushed out by the 3 Astra Honda racers from a podium place. He's looking to rectify that.
Just watch them go through this turn. It's such a difficult one. All through nice and smoothly. Honda, Yamaha now. A much more even looking race between the manufacturers.
Well, cameras, well, it's a miserable time for Adanantaputra, as the expression tells it all. So sorry for you, fella. What a wonderful season, though. You've done yourself and your team proud. But it's a horrible way for your season to end.
It certainly is. Aldi Satcher has set the fastest lap, 2:02.6. So that's about 10 seconds off a good dry time.
So Piawat, and he's leading Reza Danica. Now Reza Danica becomes an outside bet, but we're ignoring Andy Mohamed Fadli in P6. Rafi Topan also in that little group, as always. Rafi Topan goes on the inside, and here's Andy Mohamed Fadli. He's in P6. He's a long way behind the top 5, but he's okay, because with Adanantaputra out, P6 is fine. P6 is good.
Yeah, Rafit Topan, we thought he would come through. He got a P4 and a P2 here at Chang International back in March in round 1. Anxiously looking on there from the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Racing pit.
You could see, heck, there's 6 laps to go. Oh no. 6 whole laps to go.
Long laps.
And I tell you what, Herjan Atna is one of the riders chasing Andy Mohamed Fadli, but so is his teammate Ayoshi. Can Ayoshi do a bit of a sentry job to help Andy Mohamed Fadli? Ayoshi's own hopes went up the hill at Sugo mysteriously, but Andy Mohamed Fadli, is he able to hold on? If he does, it's just by grim determination that if he takes this title. But there's still a long way to go, half a race plus still to go for Andy Mohamed Fadli, the defending AP 250 champion.
I'm still a little surprised that Andy didn't manage to latch himself onto that front group. Just keep an eye on Rafid Topan there as well. While we're talking about spoilers, there is Aiki Ioshi. He's in front of Herjan now. Yesterday's race winner, Herjan.
There's still enough out there, you know, to cause Fadli problems. So you've got Herjan Atner, you've got Ray Ratakore and Jack Dupat, who's in great form. And you've got Muzakir as well, not too far behind, and that ignores Fitrian Sakete. So this is by no means a given for Andy Mohamed Fadli. As you can see, Ayoshi has latched himself onto the back, as has Herjan Atner. So Fadli has got real problem. Oh, who's that?
That's Anggi Setiawan.
Anggi Setiawan. Well, just as the door was closing, another one opens for Andy Mohamed Fadli.
Yeah, I think he just got a little bit out of shape and sat up. I think he'll be back onto this group.
Ooh, but look at this. Herjan Atner is coming through and the mathematics come into place. Reza Danica has the lead, but look at Andy Mohamed Fadli, who's been caught by Ioshi and Herjan Atner in that lap. And right behind him, he's got Fitrian Tikete and Ray Ratakore right on his tail.
Yeah, Ray Ratakore in particular could come through and upset the party further for Andy Fadli. Fascinating stuff.
Aldi Satya.
Oh, and Anggi Setiawan's down this time.
And
disappointing for him after a good opening half of the race.
Again for Anggi, it's a fourth, did not finish for the season. Sometimes you've just got to stay on the bike, pick up 3 or 4 points here and there. That's what Andy Mohamed Fadli is hoping will guide him to victory in the championship. But it's looking perilous now because there's a whole queue of racers behind the Kawasaki Ninja of Andy Mohamed Fadli. Fadli is now in P... What position is Fadli? 7 at the moment. But Fitrianta, Ratakore, Akid and Jekrapat all capable of going past the lime green Kawasaki. Indeed, Fitrianta does go past Andy Mohamed Fadli. Problems for the defending champion and championship leader.
Yeah, this is good work. Unfortunate for Andy, but good work by Fitrianta. Coming up soon behind him will be Ray Ratakore, who won't care about his Indonesian compatriots' chances of the championship. And a whole queue behind him, including Jakrapat.
So Reza Danica. Now then, if he goes on and takes the title, and takes the win, 133 points it would be. That means Fadli would need a P8 or better.
Yeah, interesting behind them, the two Indonesians on the Yamahas, Aldi Satya and Rafid.
A little squiggle there from Aldi Satya. Where are we? We have got 5 laps to go.
Andy tucked
4
into
laps
that
to
group.
go, sorry.
Yeah, Andy tucked into that group behind Herjan, yesterday's race winner. Fitrian just dropped back, but still looking game.
What's going through the mind of Andy Mohamed Fadli at the moment, or is it just a case of one space at a time? Just make sure I'm in a good position on the last lap, so I'm not going to get caught. He's actually got good straight line speed, and he's caught Herjan Atner there. It's on the technical inner part of the course that he's got the problems. Ayoshi leads through in 5. Fadli in 6. Herjan Atner 7.
Yeah, that was good use of the slipstream from Andy up the first of those long straights. This is what we expect him to do, and this is one of the things he needs to do to get this championship. Razor's getting away at the front. He crossed the line 1.3 seconds ahead. It looks like he's probably stretched that a bit further, and I think that's Rafid Topan leading Aldi Satya.
So Aldi Satya's FIM championship hopes are looking very, very tentative at the moment.
Yeah,
he needs a win.
Yeah, in fact, it's Piawat who's got back through into P2.
The Hondas do seem to perform better, certainly at the AP 250 level on this circuit. Although, look at that, Aldi Satya we know what he's like. He won't give this one up, but Reza Danica is giving himself every opportunity to take the title.
Yeah, we know what he's capable of. He's a fast, smooth rider. To be fast and smooth is exactly what you need in wet conditions.
Herjan Atner has gone through ahead of Andy Mohamed Fadli.
Fadli's got Jack Rapat, the highly fancied Thai Honda wildcard, who's having another go through, and Fitrianza scampered through and past both of them under braking for turn 12.
So Andy Mohamed Fadli, as they come through with 2 laps to go for him. Sorry, I can't count. 3 laps to go to him and getting excited. He's in P8. That's what he needs. P8 will be the title. If Reza Danica wins the race, Fadli needs to be in that position in 3 laps time.
Yeah, he crossed the line in P8 and then he just out-dragged Fitrianza into turn 1. So you can see the lead there, 1.9 seconds for Reza Danica RNs at the front. We know what a classy rider he is. And oh, look at this. Andy Fadli's getting well and truly beaten up in that group.
But he's got ahead of Herjan Atner once again. No, he hasn't. He's behind Herjan Atner. Oh, tell you what, Fadli's under big pressure.
Yeah, he's near the back of that group now.
Now it gets scary. Ayoshi's doing his best bit of pacemaking for Andy Mohamed Fadli. I'm sure Fadli will have got the more work on setup in the team. But Fadli is the man who has really got to make it count in the spray of Buriram. Who was that? Is that Aldi Satya? Aldi Satya drops out of the equation. Aldi Satya Mahendra, his title hopes end. A low slump of the shoulders, bending of the head. That means Reza Danica moves into pole position. So if he wins, he's just got to hope that Andy Mohamed Fadli becomes lower than P8. That's the straightforward equation.
And that's Rafid Topan in trouble.
Rafid Topan, the latest to go. And that's all good news for Fadli. Great news for Fadli. Oh, and it's right on the racing line.
Yeah.
Ayoshi goes through. Where is Fadli at the end? 8 laps have gone, 2 laps to go. Andy Mohamed Fadli in 7th, but there's 2 right behind him. He could still lose this. He could still lose this, Barry Russell.
Oh, this is nail-biting stuff. He fell back in that group. He was helped a little bit by that crash by Rafid Topan. Scary moment at turn 12 there. You could see the marshals trying to move the bike, but it was stuck in gear.
Hopefully they've got it off the track now, because there's still some races going round. But Aldi Satya in the pit, Rafid Topan in the pit, Hidlam Akini and Sendil struggling, Akid and Irfan Heikel in the pits, Angi Setiawan. It is chaotic out there. Andy Mohamed Fadli, 8 laps completed, well, 8.25 laps completed. His heart must be in his mouth. My heart's in my mouth for him.
Yeah, Muzakir Mohammed, isn't he doing well in that group too? He's spoiling the party, helping to spoil Andy Mohamed's party as well. Urjan just behind him.
That's the place where we need to look at. P8 is my calculation. Hopefully I'm not leading you down the garden path with that.
Well, we saw, well, you did well in the underbones, Des. You got that exactly right. And that was a tricky one. Urjan just got knocked down 1.
So Jakapat in 4, Muzakir in the green in 5, Herjan in 6, Fadli in 7. But behind him, Fitrian Tikete from Indonesia and Ray Ratakore. Yours to win, say Astra Honda to Reza Danica. Just don't come off the bike, because that's the lead that you've got from Pirwat. It's a lead of 9 seconds. You're clear. That's a back marker. Oh, Fadli's lost the place. Now then, it's 1 lap for Andy Mohamed Fadli. He's able to cling it back though. He's taken back on Fitrianza, and Andy Mohamed Fadli holds on to P7. That would be enough.
A little signal there to Fitrianza. as he went through. I'm not quite sure what that signal meant, but he's just about where he needs to be. Aiki Yoshi now is up to third. We haven't seen too many great things from Aiki Yoshi this season, and just behind him, Jack Kripat. Piawat Patumios in P2.
So there is Andy Mohamed Fadli, all focus on him. Is he able to cling on? It's by the fingernails if he does. He's got Fitriansa behind him. I think Herjan is too far away for him to catch. He's just got to worry about those behind him.
That's all he can do, is hope to stay where he is, make no mistakes. If he tries to catch the group in front of him, he's taking one risk too many.
Herjan 46.
Herjan making his move for P4 if he can get it.
Andy Mohamed Fadli 108 in P7. He'll be very, very aware of Fitriansa Kete right on his tail. That's the man he doesn't want to go past him. Ayoshi looks over his shoulder and says to his mate, come on, Fadli, come on, we need you. Up at the front, I can tell you, Reza Danica is coming in to take a huge victory. 25 points for Reza Danica Arans. He's got his work done. 133 points for him in the championship standings. Now it's all about where Andy Mohamed Fadli finishes. P8 will be good enough. P7 would win it for him by a point. At the moment, he's in P7.
And now it's all going to shake down, Des.
Fitriansa goes on the inside. Andy Mohamed Fadli is under pressure. What will Andy Mohamed Fadli do? Fadli races for the line, and Andy Mohamed Fadli has come through in P7, which we think is enough for the championship. Andy Mohamed Fadli retains the title just ahead of Reza Danica, and he's done it by a single point.
Des, I thought Fitriansa just about got in front of him on the line, but
we think that it's enough.
Let's go with the robot, and it's Andy's victory.
They don't know, even on countback though, even if he finishes 8th, it's enough. On 3 wins to 1, they'd be on identical points, 133, but by my calculations, we have a champion who's retained his title in the most tense circumstances. Andy Mohamed Fadli, he doesn't know, his pit doesn't know. No. I'm not certain.
He didn't celebrate, not yet. Just trundle around what's going through his mind at the moment. And there is Adananta having a look.
If he'd have finished first, then Fadli wouldn't have done enough. But yeah, now they know, now they've done the calculations, and now they can say a little bit close to the camera.
They should have been listening to you, Des.
We have won the title. But my word, was it close.
That's it, it's in lights. Andy Mohamed Fadli, AP 250 champion 2022.
Herjan Adna coming in 4th place. 120 points for him. It's a single point between Fadli and today's race winner, Reza Danica. Let's not forget, Reza Danica put in a sensational performance, and he's won that race by the best part of 15 seconds.
Yeah, on the timing screen it says 16.1. That's unbelievable. And the man in second was Piawat Patumios, who we thought would go well in the wet. Indeed he did. Great race from Aiki Yoshi.
And Muzakir Mohammed, a best ever result for him in AP 250. P5 for him. Jakopat carrying on his good work with a P6. To follow up his P9 from yesterday. That's well done from Honda Racing Thailand. But Andy Mohamed Fadli, P7, 9 points. Gives him a season's total of 134 as he stumbles across the line. Or he slides across the line, he slithers across the line. But no matter what, he is across the line.
Yeah, he is getting the warm congratulations there from Aiki Yoshi. Aiki will peel off into Parc Fermé. And he will stop in the middle of pit lane for a hug, a well-deserved hug from his relieved, happy, deliriously happy teammates. He's done it. It looked easy after round 2, and then it just got harder and harder.
It started in the rain at Sugo, the problems. It's finished with him kissing the tarmac at Buriram for victory, for the selfies. Andy Mohamed Fadli by a single point again, ahead of a brave effort from Reza Danica. His teammate is congratulating him. His pit crew, who were as nervous as anybody, they congratulate him. But Andy Mohamed Fadli, gosh, talk about guts. Those 2 sixth places at Sepang, that tentative 12th in Sugo and a 10th in Sugo. Here a 12th and a 7th, just enough.
Wow. Absolutely amazing race. We've seen 2 championships decided by a single point.
Right, here's the results. Reza Danica, 16.1 seconds clear of Piawat Patumyats. Aiki Ayoshi, well done to Ayoshi on the Kawasaki, a further 8 seconds back in P3. Herjan Atna 4th. Muzakir Mohammed, best result of the season in P5. Jakrapat, young kid with a lot of talent for Thailand in P6. Fitrianta really did try to upset Andy Mohamed Fadli, who has indeed got P8, so it's closer than we thought. It's on a countback. 1,000th of a second the difference between Fitrianta Kete and Andy Mohamed Fadli, but the 133 points is good enough because of the 3 wins earlier on in the season compared to just the 1 win or the 2 wins in this season for Reza Danica Arons.
Incredible. We were saying it's coming down to the wire. We were calling it a showdown. If you thought we were being dramatic, now you know.
Ray Ratakore, P9, as always, in the mix for 1 XOX TKR Racing Team. Sadhu Rajiv did well to complete a top 10 place. Speaking to him before the race, said, give us a top 10. He's done exactly that. Victor Racing's Leong Nang Tse, P11. Idlam Hakimi, 1 minute 27 down in P12. Not finishing Aldi Satya. Sad end to a brilliant season from a kid we're going to see a lot more of. Sendil crashed out, as did Rafid Topan, as did Irfan Heikel, Angie Setiawan Khao Vietnam, and most dispiritingly of all, early on, the first casualty was Adananto Putra, and with that went his championship hopes.
Down to the wire, literally. And it was that first half of the season that really did it for Andy Fadli with those victories.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel Bogas, who's in the Parc Ferme. It remains wet, but I'm sure there's 1 or 2 smiles, maybe 1 or 2 tears as well.
So we're down here at Parc Ferme for the Asia Production 250 with none other than Reza Danica. Reza, the championship is over, but what a finish to the race that was for you. You look so comfortable out there in the wet.
Yeah, from the beginning, I not think about the championship. I just try enjoy because, you know, the track still wet until the finish. I just focus myself, not thinking another. Yeah, finally, alhamdulillah, yeah, take back to top podium again. Thank you to Astra Honda, to my family, can always support me when struggle and everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reza. Congratulations once again on a fabulous victory. And now we're going to talk to the champion of the Asia Production 250 class, Andy Mohamed Fadli. Well deserved, Andy. You finally made it. Despite all the struggles, you are now the champion in 2022. How do you feel?
Feel very happy. You know, this season is make me very hard working because from 3 round in Japan I already cut. It's make me very struggling, but I wanna say thanks to Allah to give me this rezeki, and only I want to say thanks to all my family and all the team to always support me, to believe in me, to be champion this year, and finally I get again. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Andy, on a fabulous season.
This is the story of how Andy Mohamed Fadli retained his AP 250 championship at the Asia Road Racing Championships final round of the season. If he finished P3, he was guaranteed a place at the top. However, a P3 was highly unlikely because the Astra Honda this season have been fabulous. A 1, 2, 3 yesterday for Astra Honda, but Adnan Antapucha slides out and the whole equation changes.
That's
Barry
it.
Russell.
The closest contender was out at that stage. We were eyes peeled to this rider, Andy Mohamed Fadli, calculating, look at what position he was in. Meanwhile, there was a thrilling race at the front for the majority of it, and we're seeing that now with Piawat trying to make a break. Aldi tried to make a break. Eventually, it would be Reza who made the break.
But 108 was the man we had our eyes upon. P8 was always the equation. If Reza Danica won, we knew P8 would be enough. But P8 looked a long, long way distant at various stages for Andy Mohamed Fadli. He was under intense pressure. Here he is at the back end. At this stage, he is in P8, but under pressure from two other racers. And a P10 looked very possible. And then you saw Aldi Satya. He's in the foreground. He goes out. Reza Danica goes on to get the victory. He could do no more. 25 points for him. Then it was all eyes on Fadli.
Yeah, this was such a tough group, and Fitrianza got in front of him. I thought he crossed the line first, but now we can see it from this angle.
Yeah, he's saying, let me win.
Yeah.
let me through, one more lap. Just repeat that at the next lap. But he wouldn't. Fitrianza did actually go through, and I think we'll see that. So Fadli is in P8. Reza Danica goes and takes this by a monstrous 16 plus seconds. So a fabulous victory for Reza Danica. 133 points for him. P8 was all that was required. He could afford to finish at the back of that because of all the other casualties. You leave it close, but to win a title on countback, Barry Russell, is that a great thing, or is that too close for comfort?
It's, well, Andy Fadli would say it's too close for comfort. I think it's a great thing. It's a fantastic thing for the championship. And remember, the competitiveness in this championship is engineered into the regulations. That was the cut that Andy Fadli referred to in that interview with Daniel. The cut took effect in Sugo.
Indeed.
The rev cut.
Indeed. So this is the actual race result. Ayoshi in P3, his third podium of the season. Piawat in P2, his third podium of the season. And a second race win of Reza Danak Arans for the season. But 2 would not be enough.
No, not enough.
Well, I'm not sure I've seen a more glum-looking winner. Barry Russell, understandably. Well done, Reza Danica. He's a fine racer. Reza Danica, he's picked up 6 podiums in 10 races. Sampong Chantry, the director of the Sports Authority of Thailand from Buriram Province, hands out the prizes and the KYT helmets. Third place to Ayoshi. Second place, and you've been calling this fella Piawat all weekend.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend for him. P4, P2, and dominating qualifying and free practice. That should guarantee him a ride for next year. But Reza Danica, yeah, like you said, a glum-looking winner, but he does tend to keep himself to himself, emotion-wise. But of course, he's got a reason to be straight-faced this time. So close.
The team award to Astra Honda Racing will be handed out by Chang Wongsawan from FIM Asia.
The team award goes to the Astra Honda Racing Team.
And again, it's a bittersweet pill for Astra Honda. The celebrations are there, but if they'd won the title, they'd be absolutely thrilled to bits.
Yeah, in this class, 4 podiums, 2 wins.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause one more time for our AP 250 Race 2 winners.
So there's a gentle round of applause, an attempt at being thrilled. But these standings will tell you that Andy Mohamed Fadli, 133 points, wins the title over Reza Danica Arons because he won 3 races. 2 at Sepang on May the 28th and 29th, 1 at Buram on the 27th of March. Reza Danica won in Buram on the 26th of March and here on the 20th of November. That's the difference between 1 and 2. Herjan Atna, very good P3. Look at that, Astra Honda Racing 2, 3, 4. Aldi Satya, great future ahead for this young kid. Pirwat into triple figures after a good win today. Ray Ratakore in P7. Yes, congratulations, bike number 108, the Kawasaki of Andy Mohamed Fadli for the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Racing Team. And a jump of joy.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Sompong Chang,
defends his title, but gosh, it was not easy. No wonder he slumps to his knees, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it doesn't get any closer than that. He really had his work cut out. He was quite downcast for the second half of the season after the rev cut. But that's how we keep this competitive.
Lovely trophy handed out by Sompong Tantri, Director Sports Authority of Thailand, Buram Province. Our thanks to them for their support at this fine venue. Certainly Andy Mohamed Fadli will remember this venue. Idamit FIM Asia Road Racing Champion, AP 250 2022. Congratulations, Fadli, and take care of that trophy on the way home.
Yeah, wouldn't it be good to see him on a 600 next year?
600s are next. We've given you a title by 1 point. We've given you a title by a countback. What we have got next will be in the Super Sport 600cc, a championship that again is going right to the line. The inform Andy Farid Izdahar for Astra Honda Racing up against Boonshu Honda's Helmi Azman and the rest of the Super Sport 600cc. If it's anything like what we've seen so far, you do want to tune in 2 minutes time. Asia Road Racing Championships from Chang International Circuit. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. genuine contenders for the Supersport 600 title at the Asian Road Racing Championships. Final round of the season, final race of the season. We started in Buriram in March. We're in Buriram in the wet in November. The rain has gone down just a little bit, but it's still wet weather racing. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill. It's all set up beautifully on this circuit, which is a skating rink, but these are skilled races at 600cc.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of positions sorted out on turn 4 and in the technical section from 5 round to 9.
Let's have a look at what happened yesterday in race number 1 to give us the situation where we have Andy Farid Azdeha chasing Helmi Asman. Helmi was the championship leader going into the round, but he would have a difficult time, the number 32 seconds behind, and at the front, number 27, Andy Farid Azdeha from Astra Honda Racing, who's in a decent vein of form. He won in race 1 in Sepang and then had a disappointing P15, but he would go on to win race 1 here. But he had to work hard for it because Ratapong was in the mood, Chip Nakarin was in the mood, Azroy Hakim was looking strong for a long time.
Yeah, it was really a strong performance from Andy and very well timed. Helmi, who started from 10th compared to Andy Farid's 2nd on the grid, he looked a little bit out of sorts. Could be the pressure, but he came in with a 32-point lead to race 1. He came out of race 1 with a 14-point lead over Andy Farid Azdeha, and there are a lot of very fast riders in the mix here. There is one of them, Ratapong Willarat, finished.
Well, he was eased out, wasn't he? Because he was in the top 3 and he was just eased out into 5th place in the end. But he was certainly looking back to the Ratapong Willarat that we know, the former Thai champion at his best in the Yamaha. He knows this circuit very well. But it was around about this time that Chip Nakarin was beginning to make his move as well. The number 41, he's had a really good season. A couple of podiums and 5 4th places means that he could be a genuine spoiler today for anybody who's chasing Helmi Asman at the top.
Yes, he could, and like we were saying, there are plenty of spoilers here. Andy Farid going through there, and there is the big spoiler. That was Irfan Ardiansya shaking things up at the end.
It was a bit naughty. He took Ratapong out of the race, but Andy Farid Azdeha, his win means that he's just 14 points behind coming into the last race of the season. And let's immediately go down to the grid where Daniel Bogers is on the grid. Actually, I don't think we can go down to him.
What I was going to say was, we're just looking in the middle of the screen there at Irfan. He has a ride-through penalty for this race
for that manoeuvre on the last corner.
As punishment for that last corner move.
Oh, right. We've got more drama. Did we expect anything less?
So Kritchaporn and Nakarin there being pushed onto the grid. There are the Chip Nakarin supporters. Nakarin Atirapuvapat, known throughout Thailand as Chip. There they are.
What a coincidence, they're all wearing the same t-shirts.
Yeah, decent turnout in the grand. It's a big grandstand today, but there are a fair few people up there in these damp, windy conditions.
Okay, this time I think we have got a connection sorted out with Daniel. And let's go down to get his thoughts and the riders' thoughts ahead of this 600 Supersport 600.
We're down here now at the grid for the Supersport 600, and once again, a different condition. It's still wet, the track still has standing water, but the rain has stopped, the wind as well has decided to be a bit calmer. So different conditions, but we're going to talk to one of the local riders, a rider who still has his championship hopes alive, however, only with 23 points between him and the champion. Can he make it? It's all down to circumstance and what will happen. So Nakarin, this is the final race and the final opportunity for you to get the championship. How do you feel in these conditions?
Yeah, for the final race, I give everything 100% for the best result for Thai fan, and I don't thinking too much about the point. Just go in front and try to win.
I can see you got your fan base over here, all your fans supporting you. All right, thank you so much. Good luck for the race. All right, now we're gonna go next to Nakarin, to a rider who was riding his heart out, none other than Irfan Ardianshaw. Trying to get a word, Irfan. Irfan, so yesterday was a great performance for you, but this time, do you think you'll be able to keep up the pressure and help your teammate with the right through penalty?
Yes, maybe will be difficult, but we try to penalty. But yeah, this is wet and anything can happen, and I will try to come back on the top.
Thank you so much, Irfan. Good luck for the race. And now we're just gonna head to the next row, to the rider who finished third on the podium. And he's always looking calm, he's always looking chill. It's Azroy Hakim Anwar. So Azroy, so sorry to disturb you, but I want to ask you, the final round, your teammates are in the championship. Is it time for Azroy to win or time for Azroy to help Helmi?
For sure, everybody want to win. For me, of course I want to win, but I will look about how this race goes. If Andy in the front, I have to pass Andy and maybe help Helmi, so Helmi can fight for the champion.
All right, thank you so much, Azroy. Good luck for the race. And it's back to you, Des and Barry, in the commentary box.
And as we heard, Des, Azroy wants to win, and he thinks he can help Helmi win the championship by winning in front of Andy Farid.
Well, Helmi, to help himself, fourth place will be enough. The 14-point lead means that even if Andy Farid is the hard wins, fourth place and the 13 points that accrue with that would be enough. Fifth place, he'd lose on the countback.
Yeah, and another countback. Save us. Krichaporn, Kausonti, looking very good all weekend. I think he'll perhaps improve from his fourth place yesterday. Andy Farid is the experienced, skillful rider. He's good in the wet, he's good in any conditions. He always gives 100%. He's going to be hard to beat today.
In a 10-race season, though, he's had two really tough times. One at Sugo when he finished P14, one at Sepang P15 and a P12 in Buram. Too many slow or low-scoring points on those days. And same for Ratapong Gwilarat. I'm thrilled to see Ratapong back. He's not been fit for much of the season. Injured arms, injured shoulders, injured hands. Now it's a big smile on his face.
Yeah, he is a much happier rider this weekend. It's good to see him back on form. It's Mr. Zamani.
That's SIC Racing alongside one of my favourite racers, Ibrahim Noradin, who has made a habit of coming through late on in races so far this season. Perhaps hasn't got the results that he'd like. He's still a very creditable sixth in the championship standings, and he's fifth, sorry, and he's got himself a win and 3 podiums, but 2 did not start since Sugo really hurt his title hopes. And Karolidin Pawi, a superstar, and this is a fabulous field, this 600s. This is a great field.
It is, absolutely, and he's struggled this season. Warm-up this morning, he was third fastest, so also looking good.
He's looking very relaxed there as well, Karolidin Pawi. I've not seen him look as relaxed as that for a little while. Alongside him, his Boonshu Honda teammate, we have got Azroy Hakim Anwar in P8. Again, he and Helmi are like brothers. They're like Abiwat and Anupab for Yamaha in the 1000s. They are together all the time. And then on P9, Galang Henda Pratama, another potential spoiler.
Especially in the wet. This would favour a rider of his quality too. Standing up there is, I think we're looking at Helmi. Yeah, looking at Helmi. A more tense looking Helmi than we've seen for most of the season. I do believe he's feeling the pressure. He knows what he's got to do.
2 wins, 2 second places, 2 thirds and a fourth. A fifth today. If Andy Farid is the hard wins, would not be good enough. He needs a top 4 position to be certain.
He's shown some strength of character coming back from adversity, as he did in Sugo, to get a good race 2 result. But under pressure today. And there is Pirapong Boonler, the 2019 runaway champion.
He was, wasn't he?
He knows this circuit. He's good in the wet. Let's see what happens.
Pirapong is down in P11. Next to him, P12. Kanatat Jaiman, another quick local tie wild card. does well competes in the Brick Championships and did pretty well, I think, in the Superstock 1000 last season, Kanatat.
Yeah, he's a good rider. He had a couple of crashes, a couple of big crashes. But who knows? Hopefully he'll put it all together today. So we drag the cameraman back to the grid.
Ramdan Rosli, Kritapat Kiangkum, Fairozi, Torakutula from Indonesia, Kito Abe, Chanon Inter and Chang Chi-ying are the other 6 on the grid. You must have the lights on. It is still, I'll be interested to see if anyone, are they all on wet weathers? We were hearing from Dan Bogas that there's, it's drying, but we can still see some water towards the tail end of that corner number 12.
It's too early to gamble on slicks. 1 minute to go, another rider, we didn't look at him on the grid, but I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes in the wet, is Kito Abe, the newcomer to the 1XOX TKKR team.
Dead right, 16th. We're just about to get tyre information, and this could be revealing. The Dunlop crews have been very good in providing us information. All riders are using rain tyres. That means Kritchaporn on pole for Honda Racing Thailand alongside Andy Farad Izdahar, who needs a win, and Ratapong Willarat, who would love to get a podium.
Chip Nakarin, great in the wet. Leads row 2, P4, P5. Irfan Ardiancia has to have a ride-through penalty. Ibrahim Noureddin got a bad start yesterday.
Third row of the grid, we've got Karel Idampawi, Kip as they call him, and Azroy Hakim Anwar, both Bunshu Honda Racing, alongside Galang Hendra Pratama. We've not seen the best of Galang Hendra on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia bike this season.
Championship leader leads row 4, Helmi Asman from Pirapong Bunalut, the 2019 champion, and his wildcard teammate, Kanatat Jamin.
And then on the 5th row, Ramdan Rosli in the 600s. He's had a tough time so far. Ramdan from 1XOX TKR Racing Team. Kritipat from Yamaha High Speed, and Fairozi, who I like very much, but he's on a bigger bike and learning throughout the season.
Kito Abe starting from row 6 alongside Shannon, who's in for Kurt Kiao, and on the outside, Ying Chang Chi from Taiwan.
Abut High Speed Racing. So there's plenty of spoilers in here. This is by no means a certainty for Helmi Asman. He's good enough to secure 4th place, absolutely. He's good enough to secure a podium place, as he has on 6 previous occasions so far this season in 9 races. So Helmi has had a terrific season, no matter what happens here. But to lose a championship lead on the final day would not go down well on his CV.
Yeah, that's still a 14-point lead that he's holding as of now. So we'll be doing the calculations through this race, but more spoilers than usual, including Pirapong Bunalut.
I was going to say, let's look at the riders to look out for as a danger. But it's a whole flipping lot of them. You've got Azroy Hakim and Ibrahim Noureddin, who I think is a really terrific racer. Karel Idampawi, Irfan, although he's got the ride-through penalty, is a problem. Galang Hendra, we've certainly not seen the best of Galang, but he has had a P5 to his name and a couple of P6s already. And you're quite right, Abe, Kito Abe is a terrific racer out of Japan.
Yeah, I can see Ibrahim coming on to the podium this time. I really can, Des. I don't know why, but I just can. Well, because he's a quality rider, but I can just feel it in the breeze.
There he is on the outside left of that shot in the yellow helmet. Ibrahim Noureddin, bike number 66. But Andy Farad is the man we really need to look for. If he gets a victory, then the whole season changes. Oh, Chip Nakarin.
Great start from Kausanti, sorry Des.
And Ratapong Willarat's not bad either. Ratapong Willarat is the man who will be leading into the first corner. Behind them, oh, somebody's going backwards at a rate of knots. And you just look, if you're Bunshu Honda, is it Helmi Asman? The answer is no, because Helmi's bright number 32 is shining through the spray, happily positioned in P7 or P8 as they come into the hairpin.
That's Irfan, who has a ride-through penalty to do, who led on the way up to turn 3, but that's Kritchaporn, who's gone past him. Ratapong behind him. Andy Farid behind him, wiping away his visor. You can see how much spray these wet weather tyres on these bigger engine bikes kick up. It's really difficult to see, hence the lights on.
They scream into the left-hand sequence. 35 Krichapon has just been eased into P2 at the moment. Ratapong Guillerot in the easy to distinguish blue. He's being trailed there by Andy Farid Isdahar. Andy Farid is the man who has got the most chance of taking the title. Theoretically, Chip Nakarin has as well, but he would need both Andy Farid and Helmi Asman to have a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, Ratapong being dropped at the moment. Chip Nakarin's in front of him. Andy Farid's in front of him now as well.
Wet conditions, although they are drying, but everybody is on wet weather tyres. As Ratapong Guillerot, the local, in P5 at the moment, but the man leading the way is, well, Irfan Ardianse. It's all a little bit academic though, because he's got a ride-through penalty that'll scupper any chances he's got of winning. He looks back and he says to Andy Farid, "Are you with me, fella? I'm setting a pace for you here. You've got to stick alongside me."
Yeah, but the one trying to keep up with him is Krichapon Kausonti, the newcomer to this class this year, and his teammate Chip Nakarin just behind him. So that's not quite going to plan, but good work by Irfan.
Honda Racing Thailand looking pretty good. Although they're in the red, they've got the black numbering, or the black front with the white numbering. Andy Farid just behind him, and Ratapong is struggling just to keep up, as going very wide there was Chip Nakarin. Gets a drive out. But this is very, very good from Irfan Ardianse. It's all a bit academic though for Irfan.
Yeah, I think he is there as the early pace setter for Andy Farid. Andy's moved up and he twitches there as they exit turn 4, but keeps it. Didn't think he lost any time there.
We need to think now though about Helmi Asman. 1, 2, 3, 4 go through. Helmi Asman, I can tell you, is in P8 at the moment, behind some good racers, Pitapong and Azroy Hakim. Indeed, he's just been overtaken by Chanon Inter. We're focusing on the front just at the moment, but we ought to keep an eye out soon on Helmi Asman. Chip Nakarin, looking good.
Talk about the rain as an equaliser. Chanon Inter moving ahead of Helmi Asman is a prime example of that. We haven't seen him before in this series. He's a replacement rider
from the East NJT Racing Team, yeah, as Andy Farid goes on the inside of Krichapon. And Andy Farid looks quite secure there. That's quite nice. He'll be happy with P2. Irfan leads. There's the pace setting. And this could be team tactics. This could be very effective team tactics. Irfan maybe giving up a place or a position to take Andy Farid as long and deep into this race as he possibly can.
The thing you want in wet conditions is to have somebody in front of you, because you never quite know what conditions are how conditions are going to change. The front rider will be the first to discover that, often to their cost. So this is brilliant tactics by Astra Honda. So Irfan Ardianse streaking away at the front, and Andy Farid maybe a second behind him in the de facto P1.
He is a de facto P1, which means that the pressure really is on Helmi Asman, because he needs a P4 if Andy Farid Isdahar has that P1. He can be as low as P9 if Andy Farid doesn't get P1 and only gets P2, but he needs P4 at the moment, because this big lead for Irfan Ardianse will disappear.
And Krichapon still leading Chip Nakarin in the mini tussle between the two Thai Hondas.
Helmi's got himself up into P7 ahead of Chanon Inter. Azroy Hakim has dropped down to P9. Galang Hendra not far behind in P10. The middle of this group is fascinating, but there's the de facto leader. Does Irfan stay out? The answer is no, he's gone in for his ride-through penalty. So a ride-through penalty being served by Irfan Ardianse, but he's done the pace setting for Andy Farid. Go on, Andy, take it home from here.
That's it. the baton has been passed, and that's Pirapong Boonlet. Oh, and who have we got off here?
It's Irfan Ardiansa, so it wasn't a ride through. He disappeared off, not to ride through the penalty. Maybe he slipped through on that final corner, corner 12.
That's what I was saying about the man at the front. We'll always discover how the conditions are changing. That's just what happened, but that was part of that plan. Not for him to fall off, but it's better. And Shannon Inter up into 6th place behind Pirapong Boonlet. So wild cards and unfamiliar riders, Shannon Inter on the privateer EST machine.
So Boonshu Honda will be hoping that the Thai Honda racing team can really do them a favour. They'll want Chip Nakarin and Krichapon to get closer to Andy Farid Izdahar. Right, problem for Azroy Hakim Anwar.
Yeah, he's in the pits. He was languishing in the middle of the field. Now he's come in. Perhaps a problem for Azroy as he looks down.
That's his race over. That's his season over, effectively,
yeah,
Azroy Hakim.
Yeah, he's had a tumble.
Good season for Azroy. 5 podiums, 1 win, 2/3, and yeah, there's a fair amount of damage there.
And that's from 8 starts because he missed round 1.
He did indeed. He was one of those quarantine sufferers. So Andy Farid, that doesn't make things any easier for Helmi Asman. Helmi, if Andy Farid is here, Helmi must get up into P4. If Andy Farid is overtaken by Chip Nakarin or Krichapon or Ratapong, which is a possibility with 8 laps to go.
It is a possibility, sorry Des, but Nakarin is very good in the wet.
We saw Helmi going through there. Galang Hendra chases him. Galang Hendra in P8 at the moment. He's the man chasing Helmi Asman coming out of the spray. Bike number 32, Helmi Asman at the moment will not win the championship if this race was called now.
He's pushing though, Helmi. He's looking more confident on the bike. He's got a privateer in front of him, which shouldn't be in the script. And he's got the 2019 champion in front of him, running as a wild card on another privateer bike. So there is something not quite right with this picture. Helmi Asman needs to sort it out.
Oh, there was a twitch there for bike number 98 on Pirapong Boonlet. And that enables Helmi to maybe get close to the 2019 champion. Bizarrely, the defending champion. Thank you, COVID.
Yeah, what a part the plague has had in this championship. But in the close season, we can do those counterfactuals. Des, not now. We've got too many calculations to make. But this is looking much more confident from Helmi. He's just focused on this battle with Pirapong for now, and that's maybe just taking the pressure out of his mind.
Quite right. He's a racer, is this fella, and he loves to be involved. I keep talking about him and Azroy Hakim. They're always going toe-to-toe. Azroy won't be going toe-to-toe with anyone today. He will try and come out and pick up some points, but you're quite right. Helmi Asman loves to be racing, and he's racing against Pirapong at the moment. That's damage. That's not good.
My feeling about Ibrahim appears to have let me down. He's currently down in P11 and definitely leaving it too late. This is an impressive ride by Shannon Inter.
Shannon representing the East NJT racing team. There's a wild card here. He got a P14 yesterday, up at the front though. Okay, Ratapong has made a move back on Krichapon. And that's not good news for if you're in the Boonshu Honda camp, because it means that the Honda Racing Thailand team aren't at full pace. The Yamahas has gone past 1, and he's got Chip Nakarin in his sights as well. Andy Farid Izdahar looking for back-to-back wins, looking for a 4th win of the season.
And just as an observation, Des, when Andy Farid has had bad finishes or thrown it down the road, which he has a couple of times, it's been in race 2.
He has. Is that a prediction?
No, but it's something he pointed out to me in the Thursday press conference. So thank you, Andy Farid.
Well, he'll be hoping that that is not the case
No,
here.
I sincerely hope he doesn't have any misfortune today.
Indeed, that's struck him on 2 occasions so far this season. Race 2, a P14 and a P15. But here, he is in P1. All he can do is win. His last lap, a 1:49.4. He's regularly inside 1:49.5. And look at Helmi Asman, 1:50.8. He's a second plus a lap quicker than Helmi Asman. Helmi in bike 32 in 7th, championship leader. His title is hanging by a thread, you know.
Yeah, and Ratapong moves ahead of Chip Nakarin into P2. And Krichapong holding on well. We could have expected him to fade a little bit as Azroy comes back just for an end-of-year run-out on the Honda CBR 600 RR. So watching again, Helmi
Asman, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds in the season, and it might not be enough to take him the title. Has Ratapong Guilaroc got enough? It's nearly 2 seconds the differential between Andy Farid Izdahar and Ratapong Guilarat, and wet tyres will equalise things. 2 seconds is a huge amount to make up in the last 6 laps of a race.
I'd be surprised if Andy gave that up, knowing his quality, his experience. We're talking about Ratapong's experience, but Andy Farid, my goodness, he's a top quality rider.
All he could do coming into this final weekend was win both races and hope that Helmi didn't perform to the top of his abilities. And he won race 1 yesterday, Andy Farid. He's looking good for race 2 here. That would be 3 wins out of 4 at Buriram. He was second at Sepang, second in Sugo, won at Sepang second time round.
Hugely popular racer, Andy Farid, of course, back home. And if we could see it, I'm sure the live stream comments are lighting up on YouTube and Facebook right now.
Indeed, indeed. Andy Farid looking very, very good. He comes into the notorious corner 12. It's only notorious if there's people around you. Now he's looking good. The pit crew are giving him good news. Andy, my son, with 5 laps to go, you are leading by 2.37 seconds. This is yours to lose. I'm looking at Helmi Asman. Pirapong comes through. Now Helmi comes through. But P5 would not be good enough for Helmi Asman. He needs P4. He needs something to happen to one of the riders chasing behind Andy Farid.
That's Chip Nakarin getting well out of shape, but recovering. He's also very good at that.
Barry Russell with an intimate knowledge, particularly of the Thai races. He's been on the scene here in Thailand for so long, but Andy Farid he's racing away literally with this one. Looking very, very secure, looking smooth, leaning nicely into the corners as the weather conditions have eased just in time for him.
Yeah, Helmi's got a good chance, which he should take, of getting ahead of Pirapong.
But it wouldn't be enough, you know. It'd then be in the lap of the racing gods. Andy Farid, all he can do, focus on a 50-point weekend and then see where everything else falls. And
Helmi has just moved ahead of Pirapong, but Krichapong is a long way distant in front of him.
What I can tell you is, at the moment, Helmi Asman, 158 points. Andy Farid Izdahar, 158 points. Another count back would be deciding another ARRC championship. It is the most competitive championship I can recall in world racing, in world road racing at all. It's still not over yet, though. The gap is come down quite a bit there from Ratapong. 1.5. Ratapong just put in a 1:48.6. No, what was his last lap? A 1:48.6.
1:48. Yeah, he was the fastest last time around, Ratapong.
8 tenths quicker. He's caught 8 tenths up on Andy Farid. Helmi up into P5, but a long way down on P4, who is Krichapong.
A long way down, and not on Krichapong's pace either. He's about half a second off it.
4 laps to go. Well, 3 full laps plus the remainder of this, as Andy Farid comes into the left-hander, the first left-handers. Tell you what, visually, Ratapong Willarat is closing up on Andy Farid. This race is not over.
Yeah, they're coming into the technical section now, so let's see how close he can get as they go through turns 5 through to turn 11.
Track is drying up. That will mean that racers can just make a little bit more of a gamble as they go into the corner. Andy Farid still leads, but Ratapong Willarat is on a charge. A last lap, 148.6. Be interested to see what his lap time is this time round. 3.5 laps to go. Andy Farid, who's been leading, since lap 2, is now just beginning to come under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, we're about to see as they cross the line what that difference is. Total concentration from Andy Farid.
It was 1.5 seconds last time out. This time, as Andy Farid goes over the start-finish line. Ratapong is inside a second. The race is on.
He's half the differential on that last lap, and we have 3 laps to go.
So if Ratapong was able to take the win, then Helmi Asman P5 would be enough to take the title. Helmi is relying upon Ratapong Willarat to gift him the title.
Ratapong himself won the title here in dramatic fashion back in 2018 when Supersports was the premier class here, and now he's involved in another dramatic finish. We're looking at the battle now for P3 between Nakarin and Kritchapon.
That's a domestic dispute. Tell you what, Andy Farid Izdihar, I think, is aware of the challenge from Ratapong and has just focused a little bit more, but the pressure certainly is on as they come into this left-hander. Andy Farid with Ratapong, he's leading beautifully into those corners. He's looking fit for the first time this season, Ratapong Willarat.
Yeah, there was a little error on the entry to turn 5 by Andy Farid, as we just see the pit signals going out.
That's the Yamaha. It is okay. Go for it. Go for it. You've got nothing to lose, Ratapong Willarat. Everything to gain. But Andy Farid just seems to have pulled away a little bit. He's put the afterburners down and just accelerated away, and that gap was 0.89 of a second at the end of the last lap. Oh, great drama. Great drama. At the moment, the title belongs to Andy Farid on countback ahead of Helmi Asman. Helmi needs something magical.
And that's the current championship leader coming down towards turn 12. Andy Farid having a look behind.
Was that an anxious look back, or was it a...
Yeah, but he just stretched the gap a little bit. You were right, Des. He did pull something out on that lap. There's just less than 2 laps to go now.
Oh, this is bubbling up beautifully. Ratapong Willarat, he has the fate of the championship in his hands. If he can catch Andy Farid, Helmi's the champion. If he can't, Andy Farid is the champion. That is the equation as we come into the final 8 kilometers of Buriram.
And it was Ratapong who was fastest through sector 1. Now they're in sector 2.
A good 3/10 faster. And look, he's closed right up here. But this is where Andy Farid just seems to have it. And getting onto the back wheel is one thing, overtaking a completely different ball game if you are Ratapong Willarat.
And if it is going to happen, it probably is going to be last time around, Des, at the last turn.
Oh my word, it is building up, it is bubbling, bubbling, bubbling. Helmi Asman, P5.
Another great sector 2 for Ratapong.
Each time he's taken 2 or 3 tenths off Andy Farid Izdihar, and he takes the tighter line. Now he's possibly got a slipstream going into the final lap as they come into corner number 12 for the penultimate time. Andy Farid Izdihar late on the brakes. Ratapong Willarat, the local with the inside knowledge, he is right on his tail. We have got a shootout for the title into the last lap of the Supersport 600cc.
Fastest lap of the race by about half a second for Ratapong that time around as they get into this final lap on the run up to turn 3, the long run up to turn 3. Ratapong will have a look as they come up here.
Ratapong Willarat takes the lead, and with that the title possibly changes hands. Has he gone too early? Therein lies the question. Round the hairpin, Andy Farrid tries the switchback, tries to go on the inside. Ratapong holds on. Hold on to your hats.
You can't overestimate what a difficult move that was by Ratapong to come through in those wet conditions and get ahead of Andy Farrid and hold it. Now they go into this fast, furious turn 4.
Ratapong has the lead. Andy Farrid needs to get into the lead. The title depends on these last couple of corners. They come into the left-handers, then the right-handers. Andy's got to make his move, Barry.
He's got to make his move. It's difficult just in this section to do it. It is going to come down to turn 12, Des.
Ratapong Willerot on the Yamaha. A last lap lead from Andy Farrid. Has he taken the title away from the Indonesian, or has Andy Farrid got something left in the tank? The right-hander, then the left-hander, and then we will come down to the final thrilling stages. Andy Farrid prepares to get in position. This is it. This is the title on the line. Andy Farrid on the inside. Farrid into the lead. Is it the title? Ratapong goes narrow. Andy Farrid has got the title on the final corner of the final lap of the season. Andy Farrid takes it in sensational style, because Helmi Asman is in P5 and Helmi Asman will be level on points with Andy Farrid, but will lose on the countback.
11 seconds, 12 seconds back on the winner. It was not good enough for Helmi Asman on the day where it mattered most. Heartbreak in the Bunsu Honda team. What a breathless, and it's hard enough for us, but imagine being in that team. There is Andy Farrid. What is he feeling right now? Can he believe it?
How cool, how brave to leave his braking so late going into the final corner.
Nothing more Ratapong could have done there. He tried everything. He nearly lost it in his efforts, but Andy Farrid stayed clean. He got the drive out of turn 12, and there it is in lights once again for the Supersport 600 champion. Andy Farrid is there.
On a wins countback. For the third time today, we've given you a title at the end of 10 races, decided 2 on wins countback and 1 by a single point. Wow, just mad. And Ratapong Willerot, big kudos for Ratapong. This is the final corner. Barry Russell, talk us through it.
So Ratapong did come down. Andy Farrid had a plan. He came onto the inside. He held it. He turned late. Didn't leave much room for Ratapong. Ratapong had to give way, and now the back steps out, and so he lost his drive. It was all for Andy Farrid, who had time to wheelie across the line and take that victory by half a second. Oh, look at the Astra Honda pit.
Wow.
And I think I can feel the Andy Farrid, the Andy Gilang fans cheering in Indonesia from here.
Wow. Just amazing stuff. Congratulations, Andy Farrid. 3 wins in the last 4 races have propelled him to the title. 4 wins in all. He started the season with a victory at Buriram. He's finished with the season at Buriram. Immense commiserations to Helmi Asman, losing the title on wins countback. But the champion, Andy Farrid, knew exactly what he had to do. His pit wall kept him in touch with what he exactly had to do. And the result is a squealing into the Parc Ferme and a huge hug from his team.
Incredible ride by Andy Farrid. Incredible teamwork by Astra Honda, looking back to earlier in the race.
What a magical series. What a magical.
Oh, and by the way, Krichaporn finished 3rd.
Oh, yeah.
Nakarin was 4th. Krichaporn did well to beat his highly rated, highly experienced teammate. And they were the riders that finished ahead of Helmi Asman. And the 2019 champion, Pirapong Boonlert, came in 6th place. 23 seconds adrift of Andy, but pretty good performance, coming in as a wildcard privateer.
For all the celebrations we're seeing with Astra Honda, and you can see the 250 guys there offering their congratulations to Andy Farid Izdar, real commiserations to Helmi Asman. Brilliant season from him, but there has to be a winner, and I think we can go down into the Parc Fermé and get some kind of reaction from the hard-working Daniel Bokas down in the Parc Fermé. There's tears there. It's great. And Ananta, his disappointment is put to one side.
Yeah, this is such a tight team, Des, the Astra Honda team. And Andy Farid is a real leader within it.
Yeah, congratulations, well done. We don't mind waiting for the interview.
Yeah, hold it high. It's done.
Only just.
By a, not even by a whisker, by a countback.
Andy Farid Izdar, champion, Supersport 600 2022. I'm breathless, I am voiceless. And Daniel, please take over the reins.
So we're down here at Parc Fermé for the Supersport 600 race to none other than the champion of the 2022 season, Andy Farid. Andy, what a way to win the championship, and what a race that was at the end.
I don't know what to say. I just first I want to thank to my family, always support me until the end, and also all the Indonesia people, my team especially also that helped me always. This season I was up and down, but they always support me, give the best for me, and this is, I think they deserve this result, and thank you so much. I don't know what to say again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Congratulations again.
Final race of the Supersport 600cc Championship at the Asia Road Racing Championship, Chang International Circuit. Irfan Ardiansa playing the role of pace setter for Andy Farid Izdar, but the Hondas of Chip Nakarin and Kritchapon also setting the pace early on, with Ratapong Grilrat keeping nice and tight. The mathematics of this, Barry Russell, were that Andy Farid Izdar had to win. Bike number 27 had to win, and then he had to hope that Helmi Asman, the championship leader, bike number 32, would finish 5th or worse.
Exactly right, and this was a good job by Irfan Ardiansa, and brilliant tactics, I have to say, by the Astra Honda team. This was a plan, and they executed it brilliantly. We keep talking about how tight this team is, and they really proved it again here. Ratapong dropped back early on, and then he managed to get ahead of the two Thai Hondas. Here is Helmi.
Helmi at this stage was running around about P5, 4 laps to go. He knew he couldn't get better than this, and so he was reliant upon Ratapong Willarat's chase of Andy Farid Izdar, and Ratapong put in some fabulous fast times. Again, Helmi, he did as best as he could. P4 is what he needed. P5, he was fingers crossed that Ratapong would close in, and Ratapong did close in some fast laps and would eventually go and take the lead on the last lap to set up the most intense finale.
He really hunted him down, and here we go. He moved in front on the way up to turn 3. This was an incredibly well executed move. He just held it tight enough to stop Andy switching back on him. and he held the lead for almost the rest of the lap.
Final corner of the final race of the season, and this happens. Andy Farid-Izdar has to hold it. Ratapong back end goes, loses the drive. Wheelie from the champion Andy Farid-Izdar. You'd think he'd won it by a million miles. He's won it on countback, but he's won it because Helmi could only come in 5th. A brave effort in a terrific season for Helmi Asman, but it's only 2nd in the championship, and a champion for Andy Farid-Izdar, Astra Honda Racing Indonesia.
He came into this weekend, he needed to win both races. That was his mission, and he did it. We don't see many double wins in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Let's not forget Krichapon, who comes to the podium now. Very good race for him, and a good achievement to beat his teammate Chip Nakarin.
And Andy Farid-Izdar, well, he takes first place. A brilliant from Ratapong Willarot as Astra Honda Racing. This time it's a very happy Astra Honda Racing. What a race. Forget the overall championship. What a race in its own right.
It was a fantastic race. When Andy crossed the line, I wasn't sure whether he was just celebrating the victory, which was so well won, or whether he knew he'd won the championship.
Masanori Enomoto is the man handing out the prizes, the MD of Idemitsu Lubricant Asia Pacific.
In 2nd place, Ratapong.
Our thanks to the sponsors. Of course, it's not a cheap sport, is motor racing, and particularly in these COVID-affected times. So the support of the manufacturers and the sponsors absolutely crucial to the continued success. To give us afternoons like this and to give us races like that, that's a world-class event we've just seen.
FIM Asia representative to present the team award for the Super Sport 600 class.
The team award being handed out by Tongchai Wongsawan from FIM Asia. And this is a much happier Astra Honda Racing team.
Yep, their day is done. Astra Honda.
Now we have Mr. Tanasri Chang, the Managing Director of Chang International Circuit, to present the trophy to the Astra Honda.
In fact, Tanasiri, the Managing Director of Chang International Circuit, has made his way up as well to hand out that award. Been a great venue. Even when it's raining, it's a great venue. Andy Farid ahead of Ratapong. The difference in the end, half a second. It seems like a convincing win. It was not. Ratapong chased him down over 3.5 laps, took the lead, and then was taken by a brave manoeuvre on the last corner, the notorious corner 12. Well done to Krichapon, who I've continued to ignore. Sorry, Barry. He came P3. Here's the championship standings. Level on points, Andy Farid and Helmi Asman. The count back, 4 wins to Andy Farid, 2 wins to Helmi Asman. Andy Farid is the champion. Chip Nakarin 137 third. Azroy Hakim, a very respectable P4. Ibrahim Noruddin, a convincing P5. All triple digits. Karolidin Pawi in 6th. Irfan Ardianta 7th. And Galang Hendra for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, completing the top 8. great applause for Astra Honda Racing Teams. Andy Farid came back onto the ARC circuit to pick up the race win and also the overall championship as well.
And I tell you what, there's every single member of the Astra Honda team was out there. Riders, mechanics, you name it, they were all out there to celebrate.
And he goes back, I've got another trophy to collect. Oh, I didn't realise, he says.
Champion, moi.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. What a season. He started well. His results, a win and a P12 as Masanori Enomoto, MD of Idemitsu.
And look at that.
Lubricant Asia gives him a splendid trophy.
That's a beautiful trophy. And I tell you what, Des, Andy is one of the most articulate, media-friendly riders out there, and he was lost for words in Parc Fermé back then.
The champion, Andy Farid. Gosh, we've given you three. We can't give you better sport if you're a viewer of motor racing. Can't give you tighter finishes. Can't give you anything better than title won on the last corner of the last lap of the last race of the season.
That's it. Hopefully they've done the foundations for the podium.
Yeah.
Nice and securely.
That's a big crew,
because
isn't
they've got that whole crew up there now, as well they should be.
And it's good to see the 250 boys up there as well.
Yeah, everybody's there.
There is a team trophy for Andy Faradistar and Astra Honda Racing. And we've got more for you. We've got a showdown that again could go right the way down to the wire. The absent Haruki Noguchi is the man in the lead, but Kazma Daniel and Zach Wanzadi are within touching distance. We have got another spine-tilling finale to come for you at the Asia Road Racing Championships. The ASB Superbikes is up next from the Chang International Circuit. A very warm welcome back to a Buriram circuit where the weather is improving. It's almost a dry weather race on the Chang International Circuit. It's the final race of what's been a compelling superbike season. The championship leader, Haruki Noguchi, is an injured absentee. Barry Russell, quick thoughts for Haruki as we look at his fans.
Well, quick thoughts for Haruki from everyone in the RRC paddock is get well soon. We miss you. We want to see you back here next season. I do believe he's recovering well, so we all wish him well.
What that means, though, in his absence, either Zakwan, Kazma Daniel or Anupab Sarmoon will take the victory in the championship, providing they finish the race and providing they do pretty well. The clouds are lifting, the humidity is there, the wind has taken the rain away, although there's possibly a little bit of grease on the surface. I'm fascinated for the Dunlop guys to bring us the information to tell us what tyres are being used by these racers. Firstly, though, let's look back at what's put us into this fantastic situation. Race 1 yesterday in 31 degrees, beautiful, beautiful weather. And what we had was Apiwat Wongtanam on board with him. Zakwan Zaidi needing to get off to a good start, and Zakwan got off to a good start, but would find himself just overrun in the end.
Yeah, it was a great start from Zakwan. He only kept it up for a couple of laps before first Anupab got through. At this point in the race, he's got the two Thai Yamahas behind him and Kazma Daniel behind them. Kazma Daniel timed this race beautifully.
Yeah, in the end, this will be a supreme performance by Kazma Daniel, bike number 27. But Zakwan was being picked off first by one. That was Apiwat went past him. And then Anupab went past him. And then the other Yamaha of Kazma Daniel, really good. You can see Zakwan just going backwards. But Zakwan remains, he's such a canny racer. He'll be calculating exactly what he needs to do. And he's made sure he's kept himself in prime position to take the championship.
Yeah, he has. It was P5 was definitely not what he was looking for yesterday. He exited stage left pretty rapidly when he came into pit lane yesterday, but this was Kazma in the lead of race 1. As I say, in rather different conditions yesterday, and tracked all the way by Anupab Sarmoon. These two left the rest of the field, which was led by Apiwat. Pritchard Pawn was just behind them.
In many ways, it wasn't the most exciting race, apart from the permutations that offered. If Kazma was to drop off, then Anupab would have a chance of coming into the championship reckoning. What happened was that Kazma Daniel was able to keep there. He took the victory ahead of Anupab Sarmoon. Apiwat coming in P3. Pasowitz coming in for a potential spoiler. Zakwan finishing 5th. But it leaves us, Barry Russell, with the fabulous situation where we've genuinely got 3 out on the circuit who have got a chance of making the victory. Let's, though, first talk about this wonderful Chang International Circuit. I say wonderful because it's such a challenge.
It is a challenge. It looks flat from the outside, but it's beautifully designed. Got 2 very fast straights, heavy braking for turn 3, and the technical section that brings you round to the notorious turn 12. And there we are, and so say all of us. Haruki Noguchi, get well soon. That notice with championship contender Kazma Daniel. And Haruki, I'm sure you're watching from from where you are, from wherever you're sitting, and don't worry, you can live to fight another day.
Just as a side note, he was injured in the All Japan Championships in an incident with Yuki Ito. Yuki is riding with a broken leg.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, typically Yuki, when you asked him about it, he said, no, I'm more concerned about Haruki. This is nothing. Real hero and a real good human.
Right, I'm still waiting for the Dunlop information. I'm seeing a lot of tyre changes going on. I'm wondering if the weather has just eased up enough for people to really think of slicks. Now, championships are on the line here on this decision.
And you can see Kentaro Kobayashi there, the chief engineer for Dunlop for ARRC, consulting people.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel, who is on the grid, and let's see if we can get any more inside information about what the riders are thinking.
It has finally arrived. It is the last race of the Asia Road Racing 2022 season. And there you go. Right on the board there, the beautiful LED board, which we're going to miss. But before that all ends, let's go talk to some riders on the grid for the ASB 1000. And for now, we're trying to get a look at Kasma. He's having a bit of a talk, and I think the reason is the conditions are uncertain. I had a talk with Ratapong. He said that Sector 2 onwards, there's a dry line. But from Sector 1 all the way until Turn 3, it is still wet. So it's a big risk. We know some of them still pondering over which tire to choose. So I'm going to try and get a quick word with Kasma. So I'm just having a quick talk with this. There you go, Haruki Noguchi will soon sign all over the grid. Kasma, difficult conditions, but you're only 16 points, I believe, 14 points from the lead. How do you feel about this race?
Yeah, like what I said in race 1, I don't want to make pressure on myself. I just want to enjoy on the race and always try to be calm and try to make a good race. And also now it's a wet condition, for sure it's like the tricky condition. Everybody maybe, I don't know who fast, who like this in this condition, but I think in the wet condition everybody like was fight with the luck, you know. So yeah, I just need to more focus and try to have a good race, for sure.
Thank you, Kasma. Good luck with the race. And now we're gonna head down to P4. We're gonna talk to Apiwat. So Apiwat, I'm not too sure, but it looks like he did change from one compound to another, whether it was from wet to dry or not. So we're just gonna get on this side of Apiwat. So Apiwat, tricky conditions. It looks like there's a dry line. What do you think about going into this?
Yeah, it's the difficult day for me is I think it's now it's a mixed condition. It's somewhere dry, somewhere wet, and yeah, I use best because the track is not 100% dry. Yeah, we will see in the race.
Yeah. Quick question: dry or wet tires?
Yes, wet tire.
And do you think you're going to be helping Anupap well in this race for once again for him to try and get the championship title?
I hope he can do it. But yeah, and now I don't know. It's yeah, we will see in the game.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Good luck. And now we're gonna head one more road down to who was the last champion and the first champion we've ever had so far in the ASB 1000 category. It's none other than a familiar name, Azlan Shah. First of all, it must be interesting coming into the second full season for ASB. Secondly, are we going to see you again after this?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope one more year to fight for the championship, and yeah, we see.
Yeah, I know you're always one of those riders I look to as the master of the weather, and these are mixed conditions. So, what do you think of it?
Daniel, for the wet condition here, this is my first time. So let's hope we can do the best later.
Thank you so much, Azlan. Good luck for the race, and it's back to you, Barry and Des.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yeah, tell you what, Azlan Shah doesn't like not being in the story, does he? You can tell from that. There was a little bit spiky from Azlan there.
Yeah, it was. He's really disappointed with this season, but it was an interesting conversation because he was an early racing mentor of Daniel Boger's.
Okay.
So yeah, the good rapport between those guys.
Okay, Zakwan Zaidi, P2. If he wins, if he comes second, he will be champion. But there is a scenario where he doesn't, because Kasma Daniel, if he comes out of the top two, Kasma wins, then Kasma will take it. So there's so many permutations ahead. Alongside him, just to potentially be a spoiler, Ikohiro Enokido, who is Noguchi's replacement. So he'll be wanting to do him proud.
Definitely. And he made a good race yesterday. It's his first visit. He's got faster and faster. He lost his way yesterday and finished down the field. But if he can keep it together today in these conditions, who knows what could happen.
Yeah, Enakido finished, yeah, as you say, quite the way down here in P11 at the end, but he's on the front row of the grid, so he qualified well. And then we've got a fascinating scenario. If Apiwat wins, if Anupab wins and Apiwat comes second, Anupab has a genuine trophy shot. So
yeah.
the teamwork again for the Yamaha.
Teamwork for Yamaha. Apiwat was pretty unforthcoming about the prospect of that. Let's see.
Anupab alongside Gary Salim, who, as always, will be in the mix. He's very much a mid-table racer, but we know he's quick enough. Certainly was at 250 to actually get up in the mix once he really gets to grips with this big bike.
Yeah, and here is Pasawit Titiwararak.
Quick.
Yeah, quick. Very quick here this time around. Very quick at Sepang and holding up the message. We are all behind. He's hoping for more today, and he knows this track well, and Thai Honda have data in wet conditions.
And then you've got Yuki Ito, who certainly, I guarantee, will be holding up the sign.
Absolutely. There he is.
Yuki, again, has been competitive. He has had one podium finish and a fourth place finish. So he's in 6th at the moment. He's approaching the veteran stage, is Yuki Ito, but will always be competitive.
And somebody keeping cool here. Oh, that's Adam.
Yeah, Adam Noradin. Again, I tell you what, this is a good team. 1XX BMW TKR Racing Team. He is the teammate of Aslan Shah. Again, he's another who's had a couple of podiums, but a couple of did not finishers. Once in Sugo through accident yesterday. And they did not start because of injury in Sugo.
Yeah, and here's a beast of a rider, well known in this series, Suhathai Chumsap. I do believe back in 2014, the first ever international race here was ARRC. I believe that he was in the underbones then, now very much a veteran, but one of these guys who will ride the wheels off anything he sits on.
Chumsap for the EEST NGT Racing Team, and this is Anucha, another very familiar face on the local scene. I'm just being handed, Barry, the information that everybody is on rain tyres. Nobody is gambling on the weather at all.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very even fight. There's Yusuke Nakamura, who's on board for Victor Racing this time. Good to see Victor Racing expanding the grid for this last race of the season.
Are you surprised about that information as we complete the lineup with Hideyuki Okada, who finished, did not finish yesterday. He'll be looking to finish.
Yeah, I am. And as we had the high shot down onto the grid, I thought I'd go on dries, but everybody is on the same thing, and we're in a little box with blacked out windows. Des, what do we know?
Indeed. So there's no real panic on the grid at the moment. Everybody has made their decision. Everyone seems fairly comfortable with their decision. But the straight mathematics are Haruki Noguchi is the championship leader, but he is an injured absentee from both races today. So his lead has been just hauled in and is almost certain to be eclipsed by either Zakwan, Kazma Daniel or Anupab Samu. They're the three who can mathematically win this championship. Apiwat Wongtanan and Adam Noradin and Pasawit and Aslan Shah are all capable of being spoilers. As I think you've mentioned a couple of times, the likes of Suhathai may be able just to maybe not get at the top levels, but might take 1 or 2 points off some of the championship contenders.
Yeah, if it was pouring with rain, that might be different, but I don't think he'll be a spoiler this time around. I think Kazma will continue his good run of form. How will Zakwan go, such a skillful rider that he is, in these mixed conditions? The wind has dropped, that's good news. The track is drying out. That may not be such good news because it's very difficult to ride in mixed conditions, as Apiwat said. So we watch the teams and officials leaving the grid there.
We've given you 4 races today. One, the title was already decided. The other, it went down to a countback to decide the championship. One decided by a single point and one decided by an overtaking manoeuvre on the last lap of the last race of the season. This is the starting grid for the ASB 1000, the finale to what's been a really good season, a difficult season with COVID interrupting and starting at the start of the season with Kazma Daniel on pole ahead of Zakwan Zaidi and Enokido on the front row of the grid.
Row 2, Apiwat Wongtananon for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team and his teammate Anupab Sarmoon, and championship contender next to him, Gary Salim, on the outside of row 2 in P6.
On to the third row of the grid, and the outgoing champion, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, grim-faced, but he will want to upset the apple cart. Pasawit, who has been pretty quick for Estemo SI Racing with Thai Honda, and Yuki Ito, riding with a broken leg.
Yeah, Adam Norodin on row 4, 2 podiums for him so far this season. Next to him, the wildcard Suhathai Chemsap, and another wildcard next to him, Anusha Nakcharonsi.
And then on the fifth row of the grid, the two Victor Racing Team competitors, Yusuke Nakamura and Hideyuki Okada from Japan. Great to have Victor Racing Team on board here. They may not be involved at the top end of the race, but it's always good to have Victor on board at the Asia Road Racing Championship.
Absolutely right. Storied team in this series indeed.
Right, how do you say it? Zakwan, you would imagine, with his experience, is the man in charge of his own destiny.
Yeah, I think he is. The mixed conditions might favour his experience.
But if he can only replicate his 5th place yesterday, he's in big trouble. As Ron Hogg and Tanaseri just chat about what's been an eventful day's racing. A fantastic day's racing. You don't make this kind of stuff up.
Just a little bit, yeah. And you have to take your hat off to the organisers for creating a series and the regulations around it that have delivered such a fantastic championship, or such a fantastic 5 championships this year.
Anyway, on to this one. It's all about the riders. It's all about what they can do. And those conditions are looking drier and drier and drier. And it does make that decision from all of the teams to stick on the wet weather tyres that little bit. No, he's not racing. Is he? No. he's going to miss his place on the pole.
A few spy shots perhaps from there. You could see that dry line there, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And it does look dry down there.
So Zakwan, twice a champion at 600cc. Aslan Shah to the left of him, the defending champion, however long ago it was. But the BMW has not worked to his liking, and hence you can see he's coming back next year. There's no two ways about it, assuming he can get a ride.
Yeah, I do believe he will.
109 is Anucha for Victor Racing.
So yeah, that's his. Actually, that's his own team, TFN. Actually, his team's got a very long name.
Actually, we were given information that all using rain tyres. That looked like a slick. Never mind. We'll talk about that as the race goes on. For now, though, the final 13 laps of a fabulous season rev into gear. And it's a good start from Zakwan Zaidi. Another wheelie from Kazma Daniel, but coming through from the inside. Apiwat Wongtanan got in there, as did Enokido. And that first corner has seen a real changing of the guard up at the front.
And I do think that was the whole shot for Enokido. Yep, Haruki Noguchi's replacement has taken the lead. And so he's been chased in there by Apiwat, who, as he usually does, got a really good start. Zakwan, as he usually does, got a really good start.
Enokido is there, Zakwan in P2. We have got the information that Suhathai Chemsup and Anucha, two of the guys at the back of the grid, they've gone onto slick tyres, but they're locals. They've got local knowledge, and we've seen that in the ARC this season, how that can work to your favour, local knowledge.
And I think tactically, Des, if you're a wild card towards the back of the grid in mixed conditions, throw on a different set of tyres to everyone else.
Well, it really could make a big difference if they get to the front of this race because they're on slicks, that could really affect the points totals. And Enokido is another who's really going to affect him. Anucha wishes he was here. Sorry, Noguchi wishes he was here, but Enokido is doing him proud just at the moment.
Yeah.
And Kazma right at the back.
Yeah, Kazma well down. His start wasn't so bad, but he's gone backwards since then, which is interesting. Perhaps a mistake somewhere. But he's back down behind his teammate, Yuki Ito. Oh, too many to count, but he's about 10th, I think.
He's a long way down. It will be Enokido who will lead at the end of lap 1 of 13. Behind him, you've got the first of the Thais, Apiwat Wongtanan. Zakwan happily tucked into P3 with Pasawit behind him in 4. Anupab, Ito, Aslan Shah 7, Kazma Daniel 8, Adam Noridin, Jerry Salim, Yusuke Nakamura, Chemsip, Okada and Anucha down, completing the P14.
Yeah, it's a heroic start from Enokido as he goes into turn 3. Apiwat has a look, sliding it in there.
Who's that? Oh, I thought it's Pasawit. I thought for a dreadful moment it was Zakwan. But it's Pasawit.
Pasawit's given himself a lot of work to do. He's capable of it, but it was a little bit unnecessary mistake.
Ito hammers down, he's in P5, but Enokido leads, and Zakwan Zaidi. Tell you what, this is looking just set up for Zakwan. The poor start for Kazma Daniel. The control that Zakwan's got, the experience, he's in control of this situation. He only needs to worry about Kazma Daniel. If Kazma finishes first, then he's got to finish third or second or better.
And we've got riders riding on wet tyres on a drying track, and that isn't good for the wet tyres. These Dunlop wet tyres actually wear very well, but they're not going to wear evenly for all these riders, so that's going to be interesting. And it's going to be interesting to see how the riders on wets, who are on dries, who are no slouches, currently at the back, can take advantage of that.
24, Apiwat Wongtanan looks on the inside of Enokido. I'm really interested to see if Kazma Daniel is able to make any headway. The answer is no. Enokido leads from Apiwat, from Zakwan, Anupab, Ito, Aslan Shah and Kazma complete 1 through 7. Kazma just at the back behind the green BMW of Aslan Shah. Not looking good for Kazma.
Zakwan just losing a bike length or 2 behind Apiwat, and Anupab coming in behind him.
So the interesting element, the Anupab-Apiwat combination. If Apiwat were to win, Anupab were to win, Apiwat second, then Zakwan would need to be third to prevent Anupab taking the title.
Oh my goodness. Well, here is Aslan. He just had a look up the inside of Kazma as they went into turn 3. Now they're in turn 4, and Kazma has the advantage again.
Oh, Kazma's gone wide. Track limits absolutely being more than tested by Kazma.
And he's out of shape going into turn 5 as well. You need to get your entry into this complex right, because the corners flow together. And that wasn't a great entry for Kazma. Yuki Ito is going well. Heroic performance from him. Can he keep it up for race distance with that injury?
There's the defending champion, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, chasing Kazma Daniel. The new kid on the block and the gnarly old veteran.
Yeah, we keep forgetting, or I keep forgetting anyway, that Kazma Daniel is a rookie in this class, but he looked more like a rookie this time back in March.
Okay, first movement made by Apiwat Wongtanan. Goes on the inside of Enokido. So we've got a new race leader, and it is a tie on the Yamaha. Apiwat leads from Enokido, from Zakwan, from Anupab. And close up this is a brilliant race from Yuki Ito. Again, I just look up to the stars and wonder how you can race with a badly fractured leg.
Well, he said he can move his left foot up and down to change gear, but he can't move it from side to side, so it's okay.
Bike number 76 is the man we're talking about. He's in P5 at the moment. Zakwan goes nice and tight, and Zakwan is the new race leader. Yeah. He was given a bit of space there, a lot of space by Apiwat Wongtanan, and now Zakwan is in the place he really wants to be and accelerates away from the Yamaha.
This Honda is brutally fast. always recording the fastest times down here.
Kazma Daniel is doing his best just to haul in his last lap time of 1:46.4, which was just a little bit quicker than Enokido, who was in the lane, but Apiwat and here they're posting 1:46.3s. So Kazma's catching up with this leading 5.
Yep, that's his plan now, having not got a good start to the race. He's given himself a job to do to catch up. It looks like he's going to do it.
He often gives himself a job to do, doesn't he, with those starts?
Yeah, he does. We can give him that as a rookie. I had a bit of a joke with him about being a rookie last night. He takes it well, Kazma. And now, closely bunched up coming into turn 12.
Zakwan looking to avoid any contact as Kazma Daniel's put in a brilliant final sector 3. And he has got right onto the back end of Enokido and Yuki Ito. Ito is through into P4. That's heroic as he puts that right leg down. Oh dear. Is it the left leg that's broken?
It's the left, yeah.
Oh, that's all right then.
Let's look at him in turn 4, whether he sticks his leg out. I suspect he won't.
Zakwan has the lead from Apiwat and Anupab. Keep an eye on Anupab and Apiwat. They work together so well as a team. Not deliberately in that way, well, maybe sometimes deliberately, but they know each other inside out. They back each other up to the hilt.
Yeah, both been to the VR46 Master Camp, both been through the CEV experience. Moto2 wildcard ride here and there.
For those on the slicks, it's not really working so well. Suhathai is down in P11, 13 seconds adrift, and Anucha 24 seconds adrift. There is a big gap between those at the top of the tree at Asia Road Racing Championship level and the best of the Thai domestic competitors and best of the Malaysian domestic competitors. It is a genuine world-class series that we've got at the ARRC.
Yeah, it's a big ask to come into this series as a wild card, but we've seen some good ones this weekend. That's for sure. I mean, you've got to have the right level machinery apart from anything else, no matter how good the rider is, as we saw with Pirapong Boonla in 600s.
Zakwan leads the way. Final race of the 1000cc championship. If 500 can get the win, if Anupab can get the win and Apiwat can pick P2, then Zakwan comes under major pressure. And the Yuki Ito or Enokido or Kazma Daniel comes into the equation as well. All the while, Haruki Noguchi is sitting helplessly at home, unable to do anything about his title being taken off him. 4 wins out of 5 races.
And here comes Apiwat. He got good drive out of turn 1. And he's doing well against that fast Honda. Look at that twitching as he just comes off the gas to brake for turn 3. But that was a good move all the way up, and Anupab's having a look up the inside, and he's blocked him out.
Yeah, we've got the Yamaha 1-2. Now that is a problem for Zakwan. If he's in P3, it's okay, but if he comes under pressure for P3, then Yamaha Racing could well have a man who takes the title.
And Kazma's through to P4. Oh no, I beg your pardon.
No, that's
that
Yuki,
is still
yeah.
Yuki, yeah.
We've got enough to think about, Barry. Don't go making stuff up as well, please.
Can't we just do a quick counterfactual while we're waiting for something to happen?
Zakwan Zaidi holds on to P3. Yuki Ito and Enokido's coming back into it, but Kazma Daniel isn't too far away from the back wheel of Enokido. He could well be pushing himself into contention for P4 soon. Further down, Aslan Shah is 2 seconds adrift. Pasawit and Adam Noradin, Gary Salim, Suhathai, Nakamura, Anucha and Akada complete the 14. But now look at this, Anupab Samoon, the rank outsider for the championship.
Let's have another look. Enokido coming inside Yuki Ito. He's not going to try it.
5 laps completed. As we come through, it'll be 6 laps done, 7 to go. We're approaching halfway. Yamaha lead. Now then, is this where Anupab Samoon takes the initiative from Apiwat Wongtan? Surely Apiwat wouldn't try to drag the title off his teammate Anupab Samoon.
Yeah.
Further down, Suhathai, fastest lap on the slicks.
Yeah, I was just going to say about the tyre wear as well, going to be very unpredictable on these wet tyres as this race gets into the second half.
Right, Enokido has got himself up into P4 and Kazma Daniel goes alongside Yuki Ito. There's two more Yamahas, Yamaha 1 and 2, Yamaha 5 and 6. And Kazma Daniel has got himself into a position as Zakwan Zaidi goes on the inside. We do have a new race leader in Anupab Sarmoon. Oh, this makes the maths fun.
Yeah, he was pushing last time they came around here through this sector 2 and 3. And I thought he looked faster than Apiwat, as indeed he was just about yesterday. And here he is.
Wow, interesting. Halfway through this race, it is boiling up already. Zakwan Zaidi, at the moment, P3, just be enough, just.
And Kazma coming through too. Yuki Ito staying in touch with this group, going well. With half the race done. Yeah, just a little feint there from Apiwat, but he's not close enough.
Is that Kazma through into
Kazma
P4?
through on Enokido.
So that makes
P4.
it interesting as well. So Kazma hasn't given up. And he had such a brilliant performance yesterday, Kazma Daniel. He's clearly got the setup right. And the tyres they're all on wet weather tyres. So that's going to be all equal between all four.
Yeah, he had a quick lap last time around out of the leading group. Only Anupab was faster than Kazma.
So it is still Anupab. At the moment, Zakwan is holding on to the championship, 2 points clear. If he drops a place, he loses that place.
And here comes Zakwan.
Kazma is the man who could take the title from Zakwan. Zakwan, though, he likes to have things in his own hands, so he says, no, I'm going through, I'm taking P2 myself. Oh, he goes wide, though, and that might give Kazma just a sniff of an opportunity.
Yeah, if you can get a tight line into as they flick right, no advantage there. Good defensive riding by Apiwat. But I think Kazma looks a bit faster at the moment.
Well, if Kazma were to get through on Zakwan here and the front two were to remain the same, our champion would be Anupab Sarmoon, bike number 500. That's if. There's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of time. There's a lot of laps.
Yeah, and the tyres are going to be changing shape, changing condition. Who will manage them better? It's not like slick swearing. They're less predictable.
Kazma right on the tail end of Zakwan Zaidi as we come through 8 laps. The difference between 1 and 4 is just over half a second. Enokido is being left behind just a little bit. We're on board with Apiwat Wangtanan in P2 on the tail end of Anupab Sarmoon. Zakwan Zaidi coming under pressure from Kazma Daniel. The title, oh my word, it is building up. 5 more laps. Oh! The Yamahas take each other out, and Kazma Daniel goes through into P1. Kazma leads from Zakwan. Anupab and Apiwat take each other out, and that changes everything.
Kazma was going faster than Zakwan. I'm not surprised to see that. I am surprised to see these two.
And no, he cannot believe it. There is an emotional reaction that is fully understandable. And Zakwan, oh, he says thank you very much to those racing gods. And he goes into the lead. And Enokido's come back into the equation.
Yeah, these are bunched up. Anupab's recovered from that clash. He's in P4, so he's going to have something else to say with over 4 laps left.
But Anupab needed Apiwat's protection. Oh, they just get too tight.
Yeah, it tucked, and he nearly, there was a low side from Apiwat, and he nearly took Anupab out with him.
What a recovery from Anupab.
Yeah, very lucky he didn't. No emotion being showed in the Yamaha Thailand pit. My goodness. But it is
4 laps to go. and Aikido back into it. But Kazma Daniel, he's the man who's got the lead. Now if Kazma wins, Zakwan must come second. Oh, no, I'm not talking to you later.
Yeah, Uichiwi, the rider coach, will not be amused by that error by Apiwat.
Zakwan has a look on the inside, but Kazma Daniel, so all Kazma can do is pick up his second race win, and Aikido looking to be the Noguchi spoiler. Noguchi theoretically can win the title, but it'd need all of these front two to fall off.
Yeah.
But we've just seen that Apiwat has nearly taken out his teammate.
Yeah.
And real credit to Anupam Samoon. Look at him, the bike 500 has recovered and got back into P4.
Yeah, he's another real warrior of a rider. And you saw the Honda Power then taking Zakwan back through to P1 in that fast section. Now they're into the more technical section. Let's see if Kazma can shape up for another pass as they go back to turn 12. So let's guess that Anupam will get back through Aikido.
It's been an emotional day.
That's Honda Dream Racing by Showa. Staff and management looking on.
It could be, though, a triumphant day. It could be a day of tears, though, as Kazma Daniel leaves the braking late and cuts off Zakwan, and Aikido goes through. Zakwan goes from 1 to 4. Has he got a drive out? He has, so he's in P3. So as it stands, if Aikido holds on to P2, Kazma will be champion.
Meanwhile, further back in the race, the fastest man lapping at the moment is Suhatai Chemsap. He's just moved up into P5. He's lapping 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than the others.
And Aikido holds on to P2. Kazma in P3. As it stands, Kazma will be the champion. That's as it stands. If Zakwan gets into P2, Zakwan will be the champion. Kazma on the blue Yamaha. He's got to win. That's the only thing that he can do. And look at that bike 82 coming right into the reckoning.
There is Suhatai coming through. The beast Suhatai Chemsap is coming through.
Suhatai on the slicks. So that gamble has worked. And it's taken 11 laps to work, but he's come right through back 82. And he is the new race leader, Suhatai, ahead of Kazma Daniel.
And he's going to scamper away now, Des. He's got 2 seconds a lap on these bikes running dry tyres.
So Suhatai almost certain to take the win.
And look at the EST team going absolutely wild. And what did we say at the beginning, Des? If I was sitting at the back, I would put slicks on.
Wow. Kazma looks through. Enatai is there. It's still looking good for Kazma Daniel at the moment.
Suhatai disappears at the front with 25 points.
Aslan Shah's come into the reckoning as well. He's right on the back of Zakwan Zaidi. Where's Aslan suddenly appeared from as Suhatai disappears towards Cambodia somewhere? He's miles clear. What a decision that was. Kazma in P2. Zakwan goes under Aikido and then is switched back, not only by Aikido, Aslan Shah, he wants to be part of this conversation.
Yeah, the BMW doesn't work well. It chews up slicks, but these wets seem to be working better for him in terms relative to the other bikes, and he's going around the outside in turn 4 on Zakwan.
Suhatai has the lead. Aikido looks on the inside. Aslan Shah has got himself into P4, and poor old Zakwan Zaidi is being mugged left, right and centre.
And Aikido has another go. And Aikido back through to turn 2. Kazma.
1.5 laps to go. As it stands now, Zakwan's the champion. As it stands. Aikido in P2. Suhatai has gone. What a brilliant local knowledge decision.
Yeah, he's a lot more than a local racer. He's got a lot of international experience.
Look at that, Aslan Shah. He's wanting to get really involved. Kazma leaves the braking late. We are into the final lap. It could not be more thrilling. Kazma Daniel holding on to P3, which would be 16 points, but Aslan Shah has a look. Kazma on the inside of Enakido. Zakwan Zaidi, he's just got to cling on and hope that he can make up a place. Otherwise, he's in real danger of being pipped at the post.
And here comes Aslan.
And Zakwan. Zakwan leaves the braking late, but look at the slide. Enakido is through. Aslan Shah can't hold it.
Look at that seesawing through. Aslan Shah wants a podium in his final race as the outgoing champion.
And Zakwan's coming in on the slide of, wow, it's 3 generations of Malaysian riders side by side. Pushed wide is Kazma Daniel. That could be the critical mistake. Aslan Shah pushes into P3. Zakwan into P4. Zakwan has got to finish ahead of Kazma. There's our race winner. Suhathai chimes up. Enakido will come through in P2. And then it's down to the maths, and Zakwan has held his nerve. Zakwan behind Aslan Shah in P3. Brilliant from Aslan. Zakwan 4, Kazma 5, Anupab Samoon 6. The spoilers have come and had a real impact. None more though than Suhathai chimes up. Suhathai, Barry Russell to take the victory.
Here he goes. This is an incredible victory. EST Racing have been in all season.
But the championship will go to Zakwan Zaidi. He's finished in P5, which is 11 points. Kazma Daniel in P4, 13 points. The title decided by Zakwan Zaidi, 157 points. 3 points clear of Noguchi, who's not here. 4 points clear of Kazma Daniel. You guys have got a champion. Somehow, in the midst of all that, Kazma, just couldn't hold on. P4 for Kazma, he needed P3.
Too many stories in this race. There's Ikehiro Enakido coming in heroically for his teammate to finish second. Aslan Shah, the outgoing champion, first podium of the season.
Whereas the Yamaha guys, they can only wonder what might have been. But even then, Suhathai was so quick, he was going to take it. But we have a champion. It's his first ASB 1000 championship, and he's done it by coming in 5th place, and he's done it by the narrowest of margins. 3 points clear of the absent Haruki Noguchi, 4 points clear of Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin.
He adds that one to the 2 Supersport 600 championships he bagged while that was the premier class in this championship. My goodness, what do we make of that?
It's just brilliant, just fabulous entertainment. You throw in the rain, you throw in the slick tyres, you throw in Aslan Shah's brilliant performance. Suhathai is the local who went in on the slicks, and a first win for him. He's been with us on the ARRC for 20 years.
Yeah, since 2002, and he's been in 125 GPs. He's done all sorts of things. This wasn't a lucky gamble by a local. This was a calculated GP 125 champion, 2001, 2002.
Wow.
So that is Suhathai Chemsap.
That's local knowledge. Second time this season we've seen it. Fabulous.
Yeah, fabulous. And another local, the other one who went on slicks, Anusha, got the fastest lap of the race, 142.7.
Well, we did wonder beforehand whether anyone would gamble on the slicks. But in the end, Zakwan Zaidi, cool and calm, that heart I'm sure is still beating now. He will have done the maths, he knows now. But he's got his 3rd Asia Road Racing Championship title, 2 at 600, 1 now at Superbikes, and he's still only mid-20s.
Yeah, East T, they've got their money's worth from this weekend. Congratulations to them on a great race, great decision, and for selecting Suhathai as a wild card. Absolutely inspired.
Zakwan Zaidi, Superbikes champion 2022. And I bet you, halfway round the last lap, he didn't think that was going to happen.
I'm not sure how much of the maths he was carrying in his head, but they have got the vest prepared, and there it is, championship.
And Zakwan Zaidi confirmed, by our standards, a massive 3 points.
Yeah, that's a walk in the park by the standards of what we've seen earlier.
Here's the race results. Suhathai taking it on the slicks. Enokido, sorry, I'm excited. Enokido, what a tribute that is to Haruki Noguchi taking P2. Aslan Shah, a fabulous fighting performance from a battler. He didn't look happy with Daniel on the grid, and he showed that on the track. Kazma Daniel, 1 place shy of the championship. Zakwan Zaidi in 5th, taking it right the way down. Great skills. Adam Noradin, P9, Pasawit 10, Gary Salim, 11, Yusuke Nakamura, 12, Apiwat, Apiwat Wongtanan, what did you do? But the champion goes to Zakwan Zaidi. Wow. Superlatives, please, Barry.
Superlatives, well, I was just, well, there you are. Zakwan, what a professional. He's been up against it this season. He's had trouble. It's a brand new bike. He struggled to get used to it. Getting the electronics right, getting himself right on it, and now he's showing us how to smoke them at the end of the race. Fantastic performance by Zakwan, as you said. Heroic performance by Ikehiro and Aikido. I'm struggling with that as well. To finish 2nd. What a tribute to Haruki, who's watching. Haruki, you didn't show up and you lost the championship by just 3 points, my friend.
Unbelievable. Right, we need to go down and get some interviews. And we need to, I mean, the story of the race belongs to Suhathai Chamsup. So if Daniel is down there amidst all the chaos, let's try and get a word with the race winner, remarkably, Suhathai Chamsup from Thailand, from East NJT Racing.
We're down here at Park Ferme with the race winner, Suhathai Chamsup. Brilliant performance. Great choice for the slicks. I already expected that at the end you would catch up. How do you feel about this victory?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับเรสนี้ที่ทำไมถึงเลือกใช้สลิกเขาเชื่อมั่นในฟุตบอลนี้เพราะว่าคือเราเป็นแค่วายการ์ดซึ่งไม่ได้มีผลอะไรมากมายกับเกมการแข่งขันก็เลยคิดว่าดูจากสภาพการแล้วน่าจะแห้งก็คิดว่าเป็นสลิกดีกว่าเพราะหลายๆคนเป็นยางเวทก็เลยเลือกที่จะเป็นสลิกอย่างน้อยคือถ้ามันแห้งมันก็มีผลดีต่อตัวเราแต่ถ้ามันฟ้าฝนตกก็ไม่เป็นไรอะไรประมาณนี้คือก็ถือว่าเราตัดสินใจได้ถูกต้องแล้วครับ
Thank you. I imagine it's a huge victory for your team. How do you guys feel about this victory?
Very good about this weekend. It's a show slick because he's a white car rider. There's nothing to do. Like, why not try it? And he say if it dry out, it will be better. That's why he chose slick. Thank you. Very, very proud of him.
Great decision. I'm sure you guys are absolutely happy with this result. Congratulations. And now, we're gonna go and talk to the champion of the Premier class in the Asia Road Racing Championship, Zakwan Zaidi, the 2022 ASB 1000 champion. What a battle this year has been for you.
I cannot describe this happy. I'm so happy actually. I cannot say anything. But I want to thanks to all support me and every Honda team and very make a good job today. And I try my best, and finally we are champion. And this is for Roseman, my friend. Please speed recover. I want to see you. Okay, I love you, everyone. Also my wife and my family. Also you support me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Congratulations once again.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good job. Thank you again. You promise it. Thank you.
My brain hurts describing the way that this Superbikes 1000cc race number 2 finished the season. Dramatic doesn't even come close to describing the way this title was won by Zakwan Zaidi. The early pace being set by Enokido Barry Russell in tribute to Haruki Noguchi.
This was a fantastic ride all the way through from Enokido. He dropped back to 5th at one point. Zakwan showed early, as he did yesterday, scampering away at the front, but the two Thai Yamahas were not going to have it. Api went past him first, and then Anupab shortly after.
And that Anupar Bike 500 and Apiwat, they are so good friends. They're such great teammates. But they would have a coming together that would change the whole outcome of this scenario. Meantime, Kazma Daniel was getting himself back into the reckoning. He needed to win. If he won, he could win the championship. If 500 won, he could win the championship. And then this happened to 500. No!
Incredible how Anupab stayed on. And by the way, I had to say it, but that was the second such mistake by Apiwat this season.
Indeed. Kazma Daniel then capitalised, and we thought, could Kazma be the man to go and take the lead? Zakwan was coming back into it. But while we're watching these two scrapping out, unbeknownst to us, bike number 82, Suhatai Chemsup, was putting in fast time after fast time after fast time because he had selected slick tyres. And there is 82 coming through the middle, taking the lead. And then we had to work the mathematics. If Kazma came second and Zakwan fourth, Kazma won the title. If Zakwan came third, as he's here, Zakwan won the title. If Enokido came second, then, well, Kazma would be out of the reckoning and somebody else might win the title.
That's
it was crazy.
And there is Enokido coming through to second.
As Kazma slides wide.
I tell you what, for a rider that doesn't know this track very well, that was beautifully done through turn 3 by Enokido on that last lap.
So Suhatai took the win. The veteran, another veteran, Aslan Shah Kamranzaman, deserves immense praise for P3. And the P5 that Zakwan Zaidi gets is just enough to give him the title by 3 points ahead of the injured absentee Haruki Noguchi. What a finale. Wow. Can't ask for much more than that, Barry. You cannot ask for better.
I'm in disbelief. I think I'm going to wake up soon and it'll be Sunday morning and we have to go to work to call these races. Absolutely fantastic.
Aslan Shah called up. It's a happy smiley Aslan Shah. He was spiky beforehand and that was a determined drive. Are you going to be back next year, Aslan? Dead right he is.
I hope we see this guy again too.
Yeah, Enokido filling in inverted commas for Haruki Noguchi. And the happiest man, the second time Local Knowledge has won a big race, and he will absolutely revel in hearing the Thai national anthem.
Very quickly, I'll tell you something funny. I ran into him on Wednesday at the circuit. I assumed he was here as a rider coach. He's an old mate. I took a selfie. I put it on Facebook saying it's good to run into this beast.
Now we would like to invite Mr. Tanasiri Chandvi Tayaro, the the Managing Director of the Chang International Circuit, to present the trophies to our race winners. In third place, Azlan Shah Kamarazaman.
Prizes handed out on this final race of the season by Tanasiri Chanvitaram, the Managing Director of Chang International Circuit. And this isn't the top three any of us predicted. The wet weather certainly played its part, but Suhathai, it wasn't a gamble in the end. And I think we were all a little bit surprised that some of the more established racers didn't take that same gamble.
Yeah, we were, to be fair.
Thongchai Wongsanon, FIM Asia representative, handing out the team award. And that goes to EEST NJT Racing. Congratulations to them. They've been a colourful and noisy presence throughout the weekend.
A round of applause one more time for the ASB 1000 Race 2 winners.
Indeed, it's the first time we've seen EST in Superbikes. We've seen them all season in Supersport. So, championship positions.
Zakwan Zaidi, 157 points from Haruki Noguchi. Get well soon, fella. 154. Kazma Daniel, brilliant effort, 153. Anupab Sarmoon, he was taken out by his own teammate on 145. Apiwat will long remember that mistake. Yuki Ito, a brave 84 points. Aslan Shah, big thumbs up for the one XOX BMW TKR team. 82 points, went out in style. Adam Noradin, his teammate, also on 76. It's a thrilling end for a thrilling championship.
Yes.
Zakwan Zaidi,
for the ASB 1000 class.
probably still a little bit disbelieving himself. Are they tears? He's not an emotional chap, is he?
He looked a little bit emotional in the interview, as well he might be. But he's usually pretty well together, isn't he?
Certainly is, as he goes up 2 P5s on the final weekend, get him over the line.
And to present the trophy for the champion, we would like to invite Mr. Tanasiri.
And Tanasiri Chanvitaram, the Managing Director of Chang International Circuit, have been such excellent hosts both for this round and the first round of the season and previous years. They're fabulous hosts. And he will come up to hand over a very, very handsome trophy to Zakwan Zaidi. That trophy stays in Malaysia. But how hard he had to work for it, Zakwan.
The whole season, it's true. Everyone was a battle.
1 race win, 2 second places, 1 third, a couple of 4ths, 2 5ths. His worst position, 8th in Sugo. And there is your champion. Well, motor racing is about competition, it's about close finishes. We've given you 4 phenomenally close finishes today. It has been a thrilling day's racing. Our thanks to the riders, to the champions all, to Zakwan in the Superbikes there. Andy Farid Izdahar in Supersports. Congratulations to him. In the 250s to Andy Fadli Mohammed from Indonesia on the Kawasaki. A brilliant performance for him. Won it on the countback. And in the underbone for Wayu Aji Trilaksana. It's also the end of the season for us, for the broadcast and team behind the team, from Barry Russell in the commentary box alongside me, from producer Arif, from director orbit. And a particular thanks to leaving executive producer Pauline. It's been a privilege to be part of this season and this series. I'm Des Corkill. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. If you have, wow, what a season you've had. We'll see you all next year. Enjoy your racing, enjoy your end of year, and enjoy the highlights of the Asian Road Racing Championship 2022.
You were very critical of myself. Something funny, I ran.
In